What?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Advanced Clean Fleets Workgroup meeting. I see we are still getting people signed into our Zoom meeting, so let's give it one more minute and then we'll start the meeting. Okay, it looks like everybody is pretty much logged in, or at least the logins are slowing down. So again, good morning and welcome to our virtual workgroup meeting sponsored by the California Air Resources Board. Today's meeting is part of our Advanced Clean Fleets regulatory efforts of achieving a zero-emission truck and bus California fleet by 2045 everywhere feasible and significantly earlier for certain market segments. The goal of this meeting is to accelerate the number of medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle purchases to help achieve a full transition to zero-emission vehicles in California as soon as possible. My name is Craig During, and I am managing the efforts for the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation. Before we begin, I want to let everyone know that this meeting is being recorded. By entering this Zoom meeting, you are agreeing to be recorded. A copy of this recording will be made available on our website. Today's workgroup meeting will primarily affect stakeholders subject to the state and local government fleet requirements of the regulation and stakeholders subject to the high priority and federal fleet requirements of the regulation. The purpose of today's meeting is to provide an overview on what zero-emission vehicle models and configurations are available and what special provisions and exemptions are being drafted to address situations when zero-emission vehicles are not available in the needed configuration, or if they are available but not suitable for a particular fleet's duty cycle at the time of purchase. Discussion topics will include how to identify zero-emission vehicles that are not available, how to use the zero-emission vehicle unavailability exemption, how to report backup vehicles, how to report and claim a vehicle delivery delay extension, among others. Our intention is to allow for full and open communication throughout the meeting and allow our stakeholders to ask questions, seek clarification, and provide comments specific to this part of the regulation. Today's meeting is scheduled to end by noon. Materials for today's meeting, including a copy of our presentation and our draft regulation language, are available on our website. And let me remind everyone again that this meeting is being recorded and the recording will be made available on our website for later viewing. During the meeting, the chat feature will not be available. Therefore, you will only be able to ask a question or make a comment verbally by using the raise hand feature on this Zoom platform and using your microphone. We will call upon individuals in the order your hand was raised. When called upon, we ask you to unmute your mic and state your comment or question. As a reminder, please introduce yourself by first stating your name and affiliation before making any comments. Due to the expected large number of participants, I would very much appreciate if speakers could limit your comments to no more than 2 or maybe 3 minutes so that others have an opportunity to speak. And finally, I would like to recognize my colleagues who will be joining me shortly and participating in today's meeting. Our presenters will be Molly Munns, Chris Franceschi, and Harinder Fagura. Also joining us as panelists will be our branch chief, Tony Brazil, our project lead, Paul Arnasia, and others who will introduce themselves when called upon. If you do experience technical difficulties during the meeting, please email Harinder Fagura for assistance. His email address can be found on the meeting notification bulletin you received to register for this event. Okay, with that said, let me introduce our first presenter today, Molly Munns, who will walk us through the first part of today's presentation. Molly?
Hi, thanks, Craig. My name is Molly Munns, and I work in the Mobile Source Control Division with the Advanced Clean Fleets team. Today's work group meeting is to discuss regulatory provisions and the process to claim exemptions or extensions for fleets that would be subject to the draft requirements for state and local government fleets and draft requirements for the high priority and federal fleets. For today's work group meeting, I will begin with a brief introduction and background, and then Chris Franceschi will cover the draft exemptions, and finally, Harinder Fagura will cover zero emissions vehicle availability and the next steps. Our plan is to pause after each exemption and take a few questions and then move on to the next exemption. At the end, we will open up the discussion to revisit any provision or any question. Meeting materials can be accessed through our meetings and events webpage on the Advanced Clean Fleets website. Staff will continue to accept informal comments by email and through the informal comment docket, which is open now until mid-August. We expect to post the staff report and associated rulemaking documents in early September, and then the formal comment period will begin. Now I will describe some background and information that may help with today's discussion. To help paint the picture of ZEV availability, I will briefly cover the already adopted Advanced Clean Trucks regulation. As you may know, this regulation is one of the primary zero-emission market drivers in California. It requires truck manufacturers to sell zero-emission trucks as an increasing percentage of the total annual sales, beginning with the 2024 model year. This means the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation ensures zero-emission vehicle sales will increase and more zero-emission vehicles will become available. Additionally, California is not alone when it comes to deploying zero-emission vehicles. This map of North America and Quebec shows colored regions with commitments for increasing ZEV deployment. As more jurisdictions pass Advanced Clean Trucks regulations and supporting policies, we expect the zero-emission supply chains to expand and strengthen, leading to increased scale that should drive down incremental costs, ultimately leading to entire communities that will benefit from zero tailpipe emissions. This slide shows a stacked bar chart that was created from the large entity fleet data. As you may remember, the large entity fleet data was from our one-time reporting requirement that was approved with the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation. This chart shows that most trucks operate less than 100 miles a day, as shown by the dark blue color, and that a vast majority of trucks within each category travel less than 200 miles per day, except for the sleeper cab tractors. The large entity reporting data tells us that most trucks have daily operations already suitable for electrification. Now I'm going to transition to the proposed Advanced Clean Fleets regulation. This slide provides a brief overview of the proposed requirements under the model year schedule for high priority and federal fleets. With this schedule, fleets must remove combustion trucks from their fleet at the end of their useful life, as consistent with SB1, the SB1 definition of useful life, and may only add ZEVs or NZEVs to the California fleet. This means existing combustion trucks can operate for 13 to 18 years before any action needs to be taken. Fleet owners that comply with this schedule would also be able to use exemptions and extensions. This slide illustrates how a high priority fleet's composition will look over time under the model year schedule, assuming the fleet holds onto their vehicles until the end of their useful life at 18 years. This example is for a fleet with 140 vehicles that replaces 20 combustion vehicles with ZEVs every 2 years starting in 2028. Note that this example, no ZEVs are purchased prior to 2028, and about half the fleets still have ICE vehicles more than a decade from now. It would also take another 7 years, so by 2041, to get 100% ZEVs. This slide provides a brief overview of the Zev Milestone Schedule. This is an optional schedule for high priority and federal fleets where compliance is based on ZEVs as a percentage of the total California fleet, regardless of vehicle age or mileage. This schedule begins in 2025 for vehicles that are already widely available as ZEVs and highly suitable based on the usage information that we have. Work trucks and day cab tractors requirements would not begin until 2027. The third row on this table includes sleeper cab tractors and specialized Class 8 trucks that either have heavy steering axles or those that perform work while stationary, like drill rigs and crane trucks. And those are not designed to transport cargo. Fleets that use this option can also use provisions, but the provisions work a little differently than with the model year schedule. This slide illustrates how the Zev Milestone Schedule is applied to a mixed fleet of 100 vehicles. Note that the number of ZEVs required is shown on the bottom of the row. This fleet will need 6 ZEVs by 2025 and 17 by 2029. The fleet can comply by upgrading any vehicle to ZEVs, even though the first ZEV target is based on the number of vehicles on the first row. In other words, the fleet can take advantage of this flexibility to upgrade to 6 zero-emission pickups to meet the first target in 2025, instead of upgrading the vehicles in the first row if they choose. Using the same fleet from the prior example, this chart shows the number of ZEVs in the fleet as a bumpy line with the area undershaded in blue. This example reaches 50% ZEV 10 years from now and 100% ZEV by 2042. Overlaid is a line showing a simple 18-year purchase cycle and a 13-year purchase cycle for comparison. A fleet holding on to their vehicles for the full 18 years, as shown by the blue dotted line, would also be fully electrified by roughly 2042. And a fleet with a quicker turnover cycle would reach 100% zero emissions sooner, as shown by the solid black line. Now, to switch over to state and local government fleets whose draft purchase requirements were designed to follow their normal purchasing patterns. For state and local government fleets, compliance is based on when the vehicle purchase is made and no action is needed if no vehicles are being added to the fleet. Starting in 2024, half of the new ZEV additions to the fleet must be ZEV, except for jurisdictions in designated low population areas. That means half of all purchases made up to 5 years from now can still be combustion vehicles. Starting in 2027, all vehicle purchases made by state and local government fleets would need to be ZEVs. We believe this means that the provisions under the proposed state and local fleets regulation may be needed about 5 years from now. This example illustrates how many ZEVs would be in a fleet with a 15-year vehicle replacement cycle. In this example, about half the fleet would be ZEV by 2033 and would not need to make a full transition to ZEVs until 2042, which is 20 years from now. Clearly, a full transition to ZEVs will not happen overnight or in a few years. These draft requirements would provide time for fleets to introduce ZEVs into their operations, for technology to improve, and for infrastructure options to expand. With the way the draft Advanced Clean Fleets is written now, a fleet owner will still be able to operate existing combustion vehicles for up to 2 decades. However, we also recognize each fleet is different, and some fleet owners may need exemptions or extensions for fringe use cases. My colleague Chris Franceschi will be discussing the provisions next. Chris?
Thanks, Molly. Hello, everyone. Today I'll be covering the draft exemptions and extensions that we shared in our last meeting in May, with modifications for discussion on comments we received since the last meeting. As Molly mentioned, our plan is to pause after each exemption to take a few questions and then move on to the next exemption. And at the end, we'll open up the discussion to revisit any provision or any question. This slide covers the goals staff had in mind when crafting these provisions. A key guiding principle is to match a ZEV suitability with the fleet's needs, but we also expect fleets to make a good faith effort to comply without exemptions. We believe there's flexibility that should reduce the need for exemptions and that they should be targeted to primarily address circumstances beyond a fleet owner's control. In principle, we think ZEVs should be held to the same standard as ICE vehicles when we look at provisions. We also agree with the idea of establishing clear and objective criteria and to use a simple and easy to understand process. We want to encourage fleets to plan ahead and take action as early as possible to get the ball rolling. In this section of today's discussion, we will cover the various provisions listed on the left. This table summarizes how the exemptions apply to different compliance options. For example, if you're a state and local government, the second column applies to you. High priority or federal fleets would need to look at column 3 or 4 depending on how the fleet expects to comply. The provisions for discussion include backup vehicles, delays in receiving ordered ZEVs, delays in infrastructure construction, emergency response and mutual aid, daily usage, and ZEV unavailability. You may recognize many of these from the prior workshop. This table explains what the provision would mean for compliance for each compliance schedule. For example, the vehicle delivery delay is not applicable to state and local government fleets because compliance is already based on when the vehicle is ordered and not when it's received. On the other hand, the ZEV unavailability provision could apply across the board. Today, we're looking to discuss the provisions in more detail, and specifically, we would like your input on the criteria to use and what the process should be to claim an exemption. Now, I will discuss each provision, the draft criteria, and an outline of the process for claiming that exemption. First, we have the backup vehicle exemption. This provision allows vehicles driven less than 1,000 miles per year to be excluded from the ZEV requirements. Miles driven in support of declared emergencies would also be excluded from this limit. To claim the exemption, fleet owners would simply need to report which vehicle would be designated as backup during the open reporting period and would report the odometer reading. Each year, you would report the odometer reading and any emergency miles driven. This screenshot on the right is of our truckers reporting system, which has a similar provision to illustrate how this reporting could take shape. I'll also cover the next exemption because these two are quite similar and pretty straightforward, and then we'll take some questions. So next we have the vehicle delivery delay extension that would address situations where it might take longer than a year to receive an ordered ZEV. To ensure adequate advanced planning, the provision is available for fleets that have placed orders for immediate delivery at least 1 year in advance of the upcoming deadline. The process to use this extension would be for fleets to email the VIN of the existing vehicle and a copy of the purchase order during the reporting period to the trucker's email, then report the ZEV information when it's received. CARB staff would approve the exemption within 30 days and update the fleet account to reflect the extension. So we'll go ahead and pause now. Are there any questions about these last two provisions, specifically the backup vehicles and vehicle delivery delay?
Okay, we have a few hands raised, so this is Paul Ranger McCarb. So okay, so for everyone, remember, please keep your comments under a few minutes. And okay, first speaker, Sean Edgar, can you please give your name and affiliation and begin? You need to everyone would need to unmute yourself.
Hey, Paul, good morning. How's my volume this morning?
Sounds good.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thanks for holding the workshop. I think we should be doing this at least every week. So looking forward to getting a few more invites on the calendar because I think it's valued dialogue, and credit to ARB staff for putting a little bit more meat on the bone. So my specific question I haven't heard answered so far is, assuming that there's some new info comes out of today's workshop, we know this presents tremendous costly challenges for fleet owners to have any hope of implementing it. And we know that there are, multiple decades and multiple hundreds of billions of dollars that's going to take to try to even to put a dent in what the board's plan is. Question is, who among you determines what proposed regulatory language that comes out of today, assuming we get some new information today that is, merits the consideration of the board? So who among you is determining what gets into the regulatory language that the board considers? I didn't hear any process discussion about what are the best possible outcomes of us continuing to share time on information about exemptions that are needed.
So Sean, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. The short answer is it's all of us. This is ultimately a team effort. We try to take all the information we can, synthesize it, and discuss it internally as to what the staff proposal should look like. And once we put the regulatory documents out and all the comments are received and submitted for the board's consideration, the board ultimately makes the call as to what aspects of the staff proposal they want to adopt and put forward, and any changes they want us to make. And for those who might not be familiar, this will be a 2-hearing process. So there'll be a first hearing where the board will take all the written and verbal comments presented at that meeting, provide a recommendation to staff on what action to take next, and then we'll come back with another board hearing reflecting any changes from that would then be what the board would be voting on as a final proposal.
Okay, and Tony, that's helpful, but what I would kind of just maybe walk me through it. So in May, the staff proposed some draft language, which we looked at and you workshopped, and then you took some informal comments. And it sounds like today, not to get too far ahead in the slides, and once again, I appreciate you taking the time to try and explain it to those of us that need to try to implement this, but from the May language, it seems like you've got a little bit more meat on the bone, which I'm very interested to hear about and appreciate that of putting more detail out there. But how is this May language? I guess my question is are the proposal on the slides today, which seem to put more meat on the bone, are these embedded in the 45-day language that is expected to come out in September, or are these something that, I don't know if the 45-day language is already written, or is today's process going to fit into the 45-day language is my question.
The best answer I can provide you, as you know, we're planning to put out the staff report in September. You guys help me out here. What is it?
September.
Yeah.
Early September.
Yeah, early September. And what we're presenting today kind of builds on what we had put out in May. So it's very similar, but part of the purpose today is to discuss different approaches and ways to frankly streamline the process and simplify it to the extent we can. And see what we can learn from that today and, from some subsequent comments. But part of this is also informed from all the comments that we've received after the May workshop, during the May workshop, and even some of it from before. And again, we've been at this for a number of years now, so all of these different steps in these meetings are all part of building to this point.
Okay, well, I'll just call it quits for now, and then I'll offer some pointed comments as we get a little bit further down. But just to say that, those of us that are advocates of trying to roll out the cleanest trucks today, we're looking forward to where consideration of adding low NOx natural gas engines into the NZEV definition that's proposed, understanding that NZEV is not being made today. So, I'll offer some pointed comments point by point as we get further into the exemptions, but we would just humbly suggest once again, as we have for the last 4 or 5 years, as this has been under development, that you do not unreasonably handcuff people that know how to roll out low NOx natural gas, carbon negative burning fuel trucks today, as opposed to trucks that may not get on the road for 5 or 10 years or 15 years into the future. So I'll call it quits for now, and thank you very much for that explanation. And I'll let others ask their questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and and we'll touch on that, I'm sure, a little later. So I'll refrain from addressing that specific idea right now, because I think part of the rest of the discussion will like kind of shape what the provisions look like and what vehicles people would ultimately be upgrading to.
Always fun to spend time with Tony and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Comment.
Okay, next we have Andy Schwartz. I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your name and affiliation, then begin.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, this is Andy Schwartz with Tesla. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Well, yeah, thanks to staff for hosting this work group session. Always appreciate the opportunity to engage like this and for the additional content you've provided. My comments are a little higher level than the specific exemptions and more about the scope of flexibility mechanisms that CARB is considering. Specifically, as staff considers incorporating various flexibility mechanisms like exemptions into the ACF, I was wondering if you're currently contemplating or be open to contemplating inclusion of credit generation, banking, and trading provisions. Tesla has commented on this in the past, both in response to the draft regulations issued last year, as well as on the updated draft issued earlier this year. In our view, because of the different costs that fleet operators are likely to face, a credit trading regime seems like a pretty ideal policy tool to include, whereby those fleets that have an easier time transitioning to ZEVs can generate credits by exceeding the compliance floors established by the ACF and selling those credits to entities who face higher costs or challenges in transitioning. We recognize that given the different compliance constructs envisioned under the ACF for different fleet categories, a crediting framework may not be readily applied to some segments, but we think that specifically for the high priority and federal fleets, this does represent a viable approach and really should be considered. Generally, we feel that rather than granting an outright exemption to fleets that are having a harder time transitioning, it would be far better to channel demand from those hard to convert fleets toward those segments that can exceed their compliance obligation, thereby ensuring that the program advances the emission reduction goals that are its ultimate objective. The opportunity to generate and sell credits can also be a compelling incentive to those entities that aren't subject to the ACF, like smaller fleets, to invest in ZEVs. The last thing I'll say before turning things back to Airbnb for your thoughts on this is that we recognize that credit trading is sometimes viewed with some skepticism by the environmental justice community, which I think is understandable. As Tesla's outlined in the detailed comments we've submitted on this issue in the past, we think there are effective ways to address those concerns. In particular, the extent to which credits can be used in lieu of actual deployments could be capped at some level, or for some segments like Class 8, the regime could be set up so as to limit which vehicle types can use credits to meet an actual compliance obligation. So I'll close there, but yeah, very curious to hear if Airbnb staff is open to contemplating or including some sort of crediting regime, at least within the high priority and federal fleets segment of the reg. Thank you.
Okay, okay, that's definitely outside the box. At least is where we've been focusing over the last couple of years. I think I understand the concept. So you are referring to fleets trading credits amongst themselves, as opposed to from manufacturer to manufacturer.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that would be a pretty big shift at this point from where we are. So I mean, I'll just say, we can discuss it internally, but is quite a departure from where we are. Doesn't mean that we can't end up there, but hasn't been an area that we've been focusing on at this point. So, but again, we can note it and raise it up the flagpole and see what the what management wants to do.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, if there's any additional feedback.
Yeah, are you aware of any examples of something like this being done at a fleet kind of level as opposed to manufacturer?
Yeah, so I guess in the yeah, it's a good question. I'm not, I don't have an example, on hand, but we certainly think that all of the same rationales for why credit trading, are viewed as an effective policy tool in the context of manufacturers, certainly apply here, where you have wildly different costs of complying by subject entities. I mean, it just seems like kind of the fairly ideal context within which credit trading makes sense, with some caveats as I've described. So, but it's a good question. I will circle back and see if we can identify any existing examples that might be useful. But yeah, I think just on the merits in itself, it's certainly not an idea that should be, just dismissed out of hand.
Okay, appreciate that. And I'll just use this as an opportunity. Given the meeting time and so on, I know we're not going to get into a lot of detail in every possible scenario. And so some of the items we discuss, we would appreciate, again, sending us emails with some details that maybe add to your point, make it easier for us to understand some of the details that we do need to understand in crafting provisions, how they work, and even what criteria we should be using. Okay, let's take one more and then we'll continue. And again, we can come back to any topic area during the meeting, but we want to make sure we get through each of the key areas so that we can focus.
Okay. Next up, we have Melody Black. I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your name and affiliation, then begin. Okay, it says you're unmuted, but we can't hear anything at the moment. Okay. I'm not hearing anything. Anyone?
No. So Melody, we'll try back again later. The best we could do at this time.
Okay. The next is Harmony Gates. Harmony, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your affiliation, and begin.
Sure. This is Harmony Gates with York Engineering, and I just wanted to ask about the vehicle delivery delay. It says that the purchase order has to be a year in advance of the deadline. Did you guys consider any other time windows? I'm wondering about a whole year, that if I had a fleet that needed to buy 10 vehicles for the 2025 deadline, that sounds like they would need to have purchase orders. If they're concerned there might be a vehicle delay, purchase orders in very late 2023 or by January 1, 2024, and saying that available for immediate delivery means that they could be doing their vehicle purchase, if the vehicles are available, a whole year in advance. So I know with the truck and bus rule, it was 4 months prior to a deadline if the purchase order was in. So I was wondering if you considered any other time windows besides 1 year, considering the truck and bus and the off-road diesel was 4 months. Did you consider 6 months, 8 months, 9 months?
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, that we did look at different numbers, and then to a large extent, I mean, we're just looking at, hey, with the truck and bus regulation, the initial requirements up until 2016, 17 was primarily putting on a retrofit filter. 4 months was more than a reasonable time to do that. We knew that ordering a truck would generally take a little longer than 4 months, but the idea was if you ordered any time before it, that you would still be able to offer your existing truck. And that's still true today. And the 1 year was partly selected to, one, because it does often take a year to get a vehicle, 6 months or longer. Today, it's even longer than that for almost any truck. And then we also recognize that a number of these work trucks are more specialized ones. It can actually be upwards of 2 years before you actually get the truck into your fleet because of the time it takes to get the truck and then put the body on the back of the vehicle to configure it as you need it. The 1 year is also fairly consistent with, you ultimately need to identify the vehicles that you want to electrify so that you could be planning your infrastructure to be available when the trucks are ready. We do expect that most of the early electrification will be with fleets putting in charging equipment in their depots or yards for the most part, or putting in a fueling station for hydrogen to fuel their vehicles. And so we think that those are both aligned pretty well. So yeah, the time could change, but that's kind of the reasoning. We kind of figured a year is about right.
Okay, I'm working with a number of large fleets that are trying to juggle, and the challenge also is finding the vehicle that will suit your needs, and that takes, obviously quite a while for some activities. So it's chasing your tail of infrastructure, but you have to know what vehicle you want. But then knowing what vehicle you want, you have to find the vendor that has it. And then getting the purchase order in without the infrastructure, it's challenging to figure out what part comes first. And so I don't know how feasible 1 year is for a vehicle delivery delay. But that's why I just wanted to bring it up and ask the question. So thank you.
No, and that is the idea. This is to encourage people to act ahead of their deadline. And so we're in essence saying, if you act a year ahead of your deadline and it still takes 2 years to get it, you're going to be able to keep operating your truck. And that 2 years could be just a normal time frame to get a diesel. I mean, at this point, I'm not assuming it's taking longer to get a zero emission truck than it does to get a diesel. I can tell you based on our last workshop that at least 2 manufacturers said that if you ordered an electric truck, you could get it this year, and there's no chance that's going to happen with a diesel.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
Okay, so let's go on to the next couple provisions. And again, we can always come back to any of these if there are questions later.
All right, so the next provision here we have is the infrastructure construction delay provision. It would address delays in construction beyond the control of a fleet owner on projects that have already begun. The extension would allow a fleet owner to delay delivery of ZEVs ordered as part of that project for up to 1 year. To qualify, fleets must have ordered the ZEVs and begun construction on the ZEV refueling station at least 1 year in advance of an upcoming compliance deadline. The delay must be a result of changes in a general contractor, a delay obtaining power from a utility, an unexpected safety issue, natural disaster, or discovery of CEQA-related artifacts or resources. To apply, fleet owners must submit a complete application package to the trucker's email and report the ZEVs when they're received. The package should include a letter from the responsible official, supporting documentation from a third party, and copies of the construction project contract and vehicle purchase agreement. CARB staff would respond within 30 days of receiving a complete application package and update the fleet owner's account. And I'll go ahead and open it up here for a few questions on the infrastructure construction provision.
Okay, so
Hey, Paul, before you take it, can we go back one slide because it got jumped ahead for some reason? Just there we go. Thank you.
okay, so first we have Melody Black again. I've given you permission to speak, and we are okay. So it looks like you're unmuted. We're not hearing anything. It might be an issue with, I guess, Zoom or the audio device that your microphone is using connected to Zoom. Yeah, we're still not hearing anything, unfortunately. Okay, we'll keep you in the queue and move on to the next speaker. So Ryan Kenny, I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your name, affiliation, then begin.
Yes, thank you very much. Ryan Kenny with Clean Energy. Good morning. Thank you for taking my question. I wanted to kind of expand upon what Sean had asked a few minutes as well. And I asked because we understand that the staff report in the rule has already been written and that it's with senior staff and legal kind of reviewing it at this point. So I was wondering if that's the case, and please confirm if it is or not. How will this workshop influence any change in the regulation if it's already been basically written? I'm just wondering, what are we doing here this morning that might influence and make some changes to the regulation if it's already written?
We're having the meeting here to address any modifications that we can make between now and putting out the staff report that are appropriate, and to frankly get a little more feedback on how to maybe streamline some of these criteria and the approach. So yeah, we're not looking at a wholesale change in what we presented back in May, but we think there's a number of details that we potentially can work out to improve the basic process and our thinking from the last time. And honestly, to get some actual feedback from the group on some of the thoughts we have on how to do it, because that's what we're trying to lay out here.
Okay, well, walk me through it. I'm interested in the process. I mean, if senior staff has already taken it basically away from this level and are reviewing it internally, then how will any changes be made?
we will discuss
What's the standard? What's the threshold for making changes to what's already really far down the process?
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we have to discuss it internally and see what changes we think we need and which we don't. The other part that I want to make sure people do understand is, even when we put the staff report out, we continue to look at, are there any issues that are being brought up as part of the way we laid out the proposal, and any modifications that we might even recommend to the board at the board hearing. That's not unusual in our process. And so again, if there are things that we can do to improve, to clarify, to streamline the basic objective, we will continue to do that. And we do, and as I mentioned, with a rule of this nature, I would be surprised if the board didn't have some recommendations to modify some things based on the comments they get. And when we do that, we put out 15-day changes. And so we put out in writing the regulatory edits after the first board hearing that would identify everything that would be changed and why for comment before taking a revision like that back to the board for a final vote. So this isn't, it's not over, even when the staff report is out in terms of what the outcome might end up being.
Okay, it just seems like the threshold's pretty high to get any changes at this point. And if you're looking for board changes, I mean, you're basically recommending to the board a complete regulation here. And it seems like that would, any changes by the board would be secondary to what staff initially recommends at this stage. I'm just wondering if this should have been, a workshop done a while back, so it would influence the first round of language to senior staff and to legal, and then of course influence the September release of the final regulation. Just doesn't seem like this might make it that far.
So Ryan, just to jump in a bit, we do recognize your comments. We do want to hear them, but we do have a lot of slides trying to get through a lot of concepts, and I think it might be the best place to cover this with the general comments, because we do want to hear about each of these provisions and infrastructure delay at the moment.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that, Paul. Yeah, maybe if you could just write this down and maybe bring it up later in the workshop, that'd be helpful. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Well,
Thanks,
I want to toss in one too. I was like, Ryan, part of the reason for this meeting is because of the discussion you and I had and some of the comments that we received from you. And so it's worth a shot here. And so let's see if we're closer to where we think ultimately the various stakeholders think we should be, and how to make it better is the.
Okay. Thanks, Tony. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot. And that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, next we have Kevin Brown. I've given you permission to speak. If you give your name, affiliation, again, we're trying to keep the focus on infrastructure construction delays for this point in time.
So my name's Kevin Brown. I'm with Mika. It's a question that's going to involve a lot of these potential delays. So I might as well give it here. I'm going to be very short. Two scenarios, somewhat related. One is when a fleet has identified a vehicle to be replaced, provided the copy of the purchase order. They're waiting X amount of time. The vehicle that has been identified to be replaced becomes inoperable, collision, damage, fire, whatever. It's no longer operable. They can't get the new vehicle. Is there a process by which the fleet can get permission to replace it with a non-ZEV? The other scenario is where a fleet's identified a vehicle for replacement, got their purchase order in, another truck in their fleet becomes inoperable. Can they get an extension on delaying the retirement of the vehicle they've identified for retirement because of the failure of the other truck?
Okay, so part of your comment was garbled from my end. I don't know if everybody heard it that way. So I heard the first part, I think, but not fully the second. So the first part was, what happens in an unexpected situation? For example, if a vehicle were to crash, a combustion vehicle, and then you need to replace it.
Right, it becomes inoperable.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that is going to depend on the compliance strategy you have. So if you're a fleet that's meeting the model year schedule, let's just use the first requirement as an example. 10% of some number of trucks would have to be zero emission by 2025 of your box trucks. And so if a combustion vehicle so at that point, that's all we're looking at is how many ZEVs out of the total. So if a combustion truck in your fleet were to be replaced, then there's no, the fleet wouldn't remain in compliance. It wouldn't be an issue per se. So whether it's a used vehicle or another.
No,
So there would be no issue.
I'm saying that the vehicle, you've identified the vehicle to replace. You've got your purchase order in, but let's say you're waiting a year.
Okay.
Either for infrastructure or to get the new truck. And while you're waiting, the truck you've identified becomes inoperable. And now the fleet needs to, for the sake of, you know, the health of the business and the ability to continue to perform, it needs to replace that vehicle on an immediate basis. Is there an exemption? Have you considered an exemption to allow the fleet to acquire another non-EV to fill that hole so that the fleet is not financially damaged?
Okay.
And then the second part of that is that they've identified a truck to be replaced, but another truck unexpectedly becomes inoperable. Can they apply for an extension to keep the truck that they have identified to replace?
Okay. So in the first example, I'd like to understand, well, I don't know that we have anything that expressly addresses that, but at the same time, if you're looking at buying a new vehicle, how is it going to be different with buying a replacement combustion vehicle? It's still going to take a year or whatever to get it.
If it's an emergency, they probably would then be buying a used vehicle.
Okay, so this would be basically buying used.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a fleet that's in that situation where they've got to keep the ability to operate the fleet, you know, going. So,
yeah,
you know, they're stuck and they've got to replace the vehicle.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know that we have anything specific there. I would anticipate this is part of your fleet management practices. I mean, some fleets are going to have spare vehicles for contingencies like that. That's part of the way they operate to address those issues. So
and some may not, for whatever
some may
reason.
not, but again, we're large. I mean, and help me out here. Are you referring to the public fleet specifically, or generally the high priority category?
It's a general question for your consideration, just for those situations where fleets become, you know, stressed that they can't operate without getting, you know, a vehicle replaced immediately.
Okay, well, I mean, okay, so I guess I can note that comment, but I think that's also one of the issues that relates to, in part, we're targeting the high priority fleets at 50 trucks or more and the 50 million threshold, in part, that we're dealing with, you know, not the smallest fleets out there that do have some flexibility options. So that's part of it. And if we were getting down to a fleet of 10 or less trucks, for example, then I could see that would become a much bigger issue. But
so just consider today that given how long the supply issue has been already, and fleets have been unable to replace vehicles that they want to replace, that some of the fleets, even if they're over 50 trucks, might be not in the best shape anymore in terms of having replacement vehicles hanging around.
Okay, I guess we'll just note the comment and see how that goes. But again,
that's fine. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker we have is Kislev Ong. I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your affiliation and name affiliation begin. And again, we're trying to keep this focus on infrastructure construction delay. It says you're muted on your end. Okay, it says you're unmuted, so you should be able to speak right now. Okay, we're not hearing anything. So we'll move on to the next speaker. So Mike Tunnell, I've given you permission to speak. If you give your name, affiliation, and begin.
Thanks, Paul. Mike Tunnell, American Trucking Associations. I just want to echo the comments that Harmony Gates said about this 1 year lead time, putting, I think it's slide 20, the purchase order 1 year ahead for immediate delivery. You know, in today, yeah, lead times are really extended. So this seems in line with today's events, but in normal times, and maybe someday we get back to normal times, it can be much less than that. And hopefully times will become less, and it would be beneficial to shorten that time to some extent. So I would that's all I've got for now, but I'll probably have some comments later on.
And Mike, just and I forgot to ask Melanie this, but or Melody this, what is that? A time? What's the number? 8 months?
Well, I mean, you know, I would say the fleets I've talked to, 3 to 4 months is kind of the lower end of that number. So, you know, and you think of the whole cash flow, the whole, you know, all the workings onto this and placing it a year ahead of where things are at. It just, you know, creates this level of uncertainty that I think lesser time would help alleviate.
Okay, and Mike, just to make sure we're talking the same language, because again, we do look at a range of truck types. You're kind of referring predominantly to the semis or tractors. Might not be the same lead time for a chassis truck that has to be updated in some nature.
Right. Yeah. I mean, these are more of the over-the-road type trucks that fleets are using for, you know, throughout the country, and the lead times, yeah, would be less than like a specialty truck there. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so should we go on to a few more slides and then take more comments?
Sure. So back to Chris.
All right. So next up is the exemption for vehicles responding to declared emergencies. This exemption means that if you have combustion vehicles that would be required to be removed from the fleet, backup vehicles, or vehicles outside of the California fleet, you can temporarily operate them during the duration of a declared emergency. To qualify, the vehicle must be dispatched by an applicable emergency management agency and only to support an officially declared emergency. Fleet owners would only need to keep dispatch or contact records for combustion vehicles that would not be in compliance. Otherwise, no reporting or CARB approval would be needed. We'll pause here for any questions about the declared emergency provision.
Okay, so Will Barrett, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your affiliation, and begin.
Thanks, Paul. This is Will Barrett with the Lung Association, and I've got a general comment and then some questions that are going to relate to some of the previous slides too. Overall, this rule is critical public health and health equity opportunity at its core, and really appreciate the ongoing public engagement with stakeholders on it. We do appreciate that the staff have analyzed a stronger standard in the SRIA and encourage you really to continue to evaluate the rule in terms of lowering the fleet size and the 100% target year moving up in time. Really, that alternative that was analyzed is pointing to major health benefits of a stronger rule, and that gets me to my questions about the analysis going forward. Wanted to ask first if on the overall exemptions and delays provisions, if we'll see a differentiation between the NOx benefits of the alternative compliance pathways versus the milestone, as well as any differences between NOx reductions changing due to extensions or exemptions. And then my second question goes back to a really much earlier slide on useful life, and really wanted to make sure that when those 800,000 mile vehicles are taken out of service, that they're not being pushed back into service in a smaller fleet or for other use. So we're looking at that. We're looking at forward to the SIP and how the useful life discussion is presented there, and that's going to be tied to tons of NOx reductions. So on the analysis front, we'd really also like to see a differentiation between a straight useful life retirement and the options that are included in this rule. And those options, some include a retirement, some don't. So we'd like to see, clarification on the changes in NOx benefit when we're talking about straight retirement versus some of the provisions in the rule. And then just a final comment, and I'm happy to take answers offline or in follow-up meetings too. Just appreciate the ongoing focus of the ACF as well as the ACT on being a non-combustion rule. I really feel like the suggestions that combustion should be included in this rule really shouldn't be considered or and not appropriate for what this rule is trying to accomplish in terms of health and moving us to zero polluting technologies. So thank you. And again, look forward to any thoughts you have on how the analysis might handle some of these exemptions and delays. Thanks.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, yeah, so to kind of address the issue on the emissions, the way we're approaching the emissions analysis and frankly the alternatives that we included both in the SRIA and in the that we're putting into the staff report, essentially look at the proposal as a package with the two options under the high priority fleet provision. We see that both options are essentially required to have a rule that we think we can put forward. And the reason I say that are some examples. For instance, the pure concept of saying, hey, everything you buy is zero emission and retire all the trucks that have exceeded their useful life, and let's just use 18 years for the discussion, would mean that for some fleets that that have all trucks over 18 years, that they would have to replace everything immediately overnight. And ultimately, we don't think that that's a tenable approach, and therefore the milestone option would work a lot better in a situation like that. Otherwise, you'd have to build in, again, more complexity and more provisions to address examples of that nature. So by providing the two choices, we think we can achieve both objectives of getting the transition in an orderly way, frankly, and for the market to be built out and developed over time, to get to a secondary market and everything else over this long duration. And having both options is kind of the best way to do it at the end of the day. And so our emissions analysis will ultimately reflect that some fleets would use one and some would use the other. And based on their own choices and our basic assumptions as to which what portion of the fleet would use one compliance path versus another. And so to separate them then I think becomes completely a different question as to what happens in these situations that would effectively require an overnight transition or a 3-year transition to all ZEVs that we don't believe is going to be a practical option for those types of fleets. In terms of the provisions themselves, so in the backup vehicle category, there's actually a fair number of vehicles that we do believe would fit there. And so we did reflect that in our analysis. In terms of the other provisions, we anticipate that those would be, in many cases, they're simply temporary or relatively short duration. And so it's pretty difficult to model those per se. And so we don't have a separate line item for each of the provisions per se, because there is some uncertainty as to how many of them will be needed and what the effect will be. And to elaborate just a little further on that, under the milestone approach, you meet the percentages any way you want, regardless of vehicle age and miles. And that flexibility means that you, for vehicles that might be more challenging to electrify, that you would simply buy combustion, and the ones that are more straightforward to electrify, you would prioritize to meet those requirements. And then our expectation is over time, as technology continues to improve and more infrastructure is built out, that most of these issues will, in essence, go away for a lot of fleets. But we are building the provisions in just in case things don't work out as we're anticipating that they would. And frankly, to address individualized fleet situations, that would be a conflict with the way they would normally operate. So hopefully that helps. And we'll actually, as we get into a little bit more, we'll have a little more discussion as to why we think that the provisions won't be highly utilized, in part because of the flexibility of the rule, but also the way we anticipate some things might play out.
Thanks, Tony. And just to clarify, and again, I'm not sure if I introduced myself at the beginning, Will Barrett at the Lung Association. On the issue of the the NOx modeling, we want to make sure that we're going to get a clear sense of the different bins and options, and we hope to continue that conversation with you.
Yeah.
On the issue of retired vehicles, let's say a fleet that's in the rule chooses the option with the retirement. Are we saying that they're retired out of that fleet or taken off the road altogether? And how does that impact the NOx analysis?
Yeah, so I forgot to mention that one. Yeah,
Yeah.
so we're at this point, the rule does not require the vehicle to be destroyed or anything like that. So in theory, it could be sold to anyone, including other fleets in California or potentially out of state, but the rule doesn't require the truck to be crushed, for example. And so our emissions analysis reflects that assumption. And as you touched on in the SIP discussion and commitments ultimately to implement measures to get all other trucks to ultimately upgrade to zero emission will be part of a future strategy, or would be part of a future strategy.
Okay, understood. Just trying to make sure we're kind of following the ball in all these different processes and making sure we know where those vehicles are going to wind up if they're taken out of the service. So I think that just as a broad strokes, we're not real comfortable with identifying these as high polluting vehicles and simply moving them into another part of a different rule, maybe for CARB. So we'll follow up with you on that. Just I think a straight retirement, getting them out of service is the way to go, but just wanted to add to that. So thanks for indulging me some extra time on it, but I appreciate all the thought here this morning.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Will. Next, we have Veronica Pardo. So Veronica, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your affiliation, and then begin.
Hi, good morning. Veronica Pardo, Resource Recovery Coalition of California. I do have some additional questions and comments under commercial availability, but my question is, and I believe the answer is yes, as currently proposed, these exemptions or delays are irrespective of the compliance pathway that the fleet might choose. Is that correct?
Broadly, yes, but the way it works with the different provisions does vary to an extent just because they're structured differently.
Yeah,
and
if you go back to slide 17 to kind of highlight how it's.
Yeah. And one of the things we try to point out is in some, like the vehicle delivery delay doesn't mean anything for a public fleet because compliance is based on date of purchase, not date of delivery.
Right, so, okay. That makes sense. Okay, thank you. I think I missed this slide earlier. And then just an additional question that is kind of broader than, if a fleet is in a particular compliance pathway, are they locked into that compliance approach, or can a fleet perhaps change compliance strategy later on in further down the road?
Okay. So under the state and local government is its separate requirement. So state and local governments have this compliance option, and that's it at this point. So it is effectively a purchase requirement. For the high priority fleets, there are the two choices, the two core choices in essence. But in essence, the way we structure the rule is you have to meet the model year schedule requirement unless you opt in to use the Zev Milestone option, and you would simply identify that when you report that that's the option you want to use. Can you switch from the milestone to the model year or vice versa? I'm pretty sure there are circumstances which you can do that. We anticipate that so I don't think the rule specific expressly prohibits it, but again, the idea behind the model year schedule is everything you add to your fleet is zero emission, and that you retire anything that's exceeded its useful life or move it from your California fleet. So if that's what you are doing, you may or may not meet the milestone requirement. If you're doing the milestone requirement, then presumably you're taking advantage of that because you do want to keep some older vehicles that maybe are more costly to replace, or you aren't scheduled to replace them for a while. And so you're going to have older vehicles beyond their useful life. And everything that you add may not in fact be a ZEV because you don't have to. Once you're down that path after a few years, I can't imagine that you would want to switch, because at that point you'd have to get rid of everything that is beyond its useful life. and anything added to the fleet that was combustion would be in conflict with the requirement for everything to be zero. So I even though theoretically you could do the switch, I anticipate that that wouldn't be practical for a lot of fleets.
Yeah, I think the scenario would be, new purchases would be zero emission, and then at some point you realize that it's not working, and so then at that point you would say we'd like to take the milestone approach, and just seeking clarity that that is available to fleets should they choose to change compliance methodology.
Yeah, so on that one seems a lot more practical, and I believe the rule as structured would allow for that. Chris, is that there's nothing that would contradict that, right? That what we put out even in May.
Right, as far as I understand, and Tony, maybe you can clarify, if you're under the model year schedule and then you want to switch, say after one of the percentage deadlines had hit, would you need to be able to show that you had met that percentage deadline in order to be able to switch? Or would you just need to start meeting the percentage requirements going forward from the point you switch?
So like I said, Veronica, we'll look at this in more detail, but in part of response to Chris's question, I do believe that if you can show that you are meeting the percentage requirement, let's just say in 2028, that you can then use that option. You'd have to, again, just do the same selection as, hey, I'm meeting that requirement. It's conceivable that under the model year schedule, you exceed the milestones too, and then switch at that time. But we'll look at the details of the language, but we don't believe there's any reason to prevent a fleet from switching in either example that we just discussed. So we'll make sure that the language allows for that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Next we have Nick Blair. So Nick, I've given you permission to speak. If you give your name, affiliation, begin.
Very good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Thanks. This is Nick Blair, Association of California Water Agencies. Thank you very much for holding the workshop today. I'm actually going to take you back a few slides to the infrastructure construction delay. Much appreciated that it looks like you're further considering lack of available power, which is definitely a concern that we've expressed before. So I'm curious. I understand the original concept being a 1-year extension. If you can say, hey, the charging infrastructure is not available, so we can't, charge the vehicles that we want to have. I wonder though, is there any flexibility in the potential that the power needed on a consistent basis to charge the vehicles not being there? Does that add any flexibility in the 1-year time frame? And the reason I ask that is because, as many of us are probably aware, the state is currently going through developing a 5,000 megawatt strategic reserve, which is probably only going to go up in the coming years. So I'm curious, is the intent still that this is a hard 12 months, 365 days, or is there more flex if you can show, hey, we're concerned that our utility is not going to be able to provide us with the power needed to do this?
I think the way we originally drafted it was that you've actually started your construction project with the expectation you'd be able to build it out. And again, we're assuming here that we're talking in the early stages, your initial vehicle deployments, and that you started this construction and then something unexpected happens, including the utility says, oh, turns out whatever we expected to be able to make the upgrade. It's 6 months into your project, but because of XYZ now we can't, and it's going to be a year and a half to do that this would address that potential situation. I'm not as clear on what you're meaning on the consistent basis in terms of power and how that relates to the utility.
So what I'm trying to get at is if let's say an agency, a public water agency is looking to purchase new fleet vehicles, and they are in conversations with their utility about the process and everything for installing the necessary infrastructure, but there's still the unknown variable of do we know that there's going to be the available megawatts to satisfy our charging needs, and is there any added flexibility if there's uncertainty around that, because we might in theory be in compliance with the rule of new purchases, but we'll be out of compliance with our own fleet needs if we can't do it, and if we know ahead of time that there's uncertainty that there's going to be the amount of power needed to satisfy our fleet needs as well as everybody else's, that is a concern that I think we and others are going to have, as far as, are we going to be able to charge our ZEV vehicles if we have them?
Yeah, this might be one example that it would be beneficial to get any more details on a specific situation. Because I think you're broadly saying you maybe coordinate with the utility to get power, other people in the area might be too, and so it turns out that they won't be able to serve you because of the other customers.
That is the scenario that I'm trying to get at. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, in the previous version, we didn't have anything specific to that. I don't know that we would have something specific to that today. But okay. So all I can say is at this point, we'll note it and see what additional information we need. I would like to have. Oh, I guess, I mean, this is more of a theoretical, because I guess there isn't a specific situation we can kind of sort through.
Certainly.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, the better we can understand the specific scenario and the likelihood of it occurring is going to be very helpful for doing that. So I'll just note it as a further discussion item.
Thanks. And I'll pause on my comments on availability for later on in the discussion.
Okay. Appreciate that. Okay, let's go through a few more slides so we can get to the availability part too.
All right. So next up, we have the mutual aid exemption, which would allow fleets to purchase up to a quarter of their fleet as combustion vehicles to ensure their ability to respond to declared emergencies outside their normal service territories when rapid mobile ZEV fueling is not available. To qualify, fleets must have a mutual aid agreement in place, and 3/4 of the fleet must already be ZEVs. The exemption would not apply if NZEVs are commercially available, because those vehicles can refuel with conventional fuels anywhere. Pickups, buses, tractors, box trucks, and vans are already available as ZEVs from multiple manufacturers, are common vehicles that are readily available to rent as needed nationwide, and the lighter vehicles are more likely to have access to light duty and potentially heavy duty stations. Additionally, if mobile fueling options can refuel a ZEV from 10 to 80% capacity within an hour, staff does not see the need for an exemption, because the mobile fueler could be used to refuel the vehicle where permanent infrastructure is not available. To apply, fleet owners would email a complete package to the trucker's email. It must include a copy of the mutual aid agreement, an explanation for why the exemption is needed, information about the combustion vehicle to be purchased, and show that no mobile fueling options could rapidly refuel all available ZEVs of the needed type. CARB staff would respond within 30 days of receiving a complete application package. Fleet owners would need to report the vehicles when received. This provision is expected to be applicable around 2035, because very few fleets will exceed 50% ZEVs before then, as we saw in the previous examples. And I'll go ahead and pause here for any questions on the mutual aid provision.
Okay, so Adam Harper, I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your name, affiliation, and begin.
Adam Harper, California Construction Industrial Materials Association. I'd like to go back to the point Kevin Brown was making about the energy infrastructure. Both on, we appreciate the construction exemption, but we think that the 1 year is not suitable if you have the vehicles on order and you are in a construction process. I mean, if you can't get all the permitting done, et cetera, we just think that if you're all in the system, that 1 year needs to not be a limit on you. In terms of, you only get 1 year of delay, and then if you don't, have the construction done, you're taking delivery of vehicles you can't effectively fuel. That just doesn't make sense to us. And then the second point is the one Kevin made. The Energy Commission has put out numerous reports about the need for additional power to meet our needs. We know that our existing grid exists in a configuration where not every location can be served with large amounts of power. And this is just the construction of the grid. As everyone starts coming on and adding extra energy draws to that grid, the potential to not be able to get into a contract to actually construct charging infrastructure based on where your business is located and where you have a potential to develop charging infrastructure is a huge concern for industry, because obviously if you can't fuel an electric vehicle, it can't support your business and you're out of business. So we think a electrical availability exemption needs to be included, where if you can document with your local utilities that you will not have power capacity at a location, that they can't service you, that you can also get an exemption. We've got to be able to maintain our businesses. So those were just the points. And thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to talk exemptions again. And that's what I've got.
Thank you, Adam. Tony, or anyone else want to hop in on that, or?
No, appreciate the comment. I think I got the issue. So well, let me recap real quick. So one was 1 year additional time is not sufficient, is the first comment. And the second was that in essence, you think we should have an infrastructure exemption if somehow the utility says they cannot provide the sufficient power to fuel them.
And you happen to be one of those fleets that demonstrates that you really are and need to self-service your equipment to charge them, right? Someone that's got a stable of vehicles that's going to have to recharge them in their off cycle, right? Someone that's doing it currently. We understand you don't want to just give everyone an exemption, but if your business model is you charge fuel your vehicles because you've got a fleet and you're going to need to do that, we need to know we have the power. And just for the 1 year, I mean, right now there's at least one air district out there where ATCs can take more than a year to go through, just depending on challenges. So we're going to need to permit changes to facilities, and in California that can take time, and that can be a debate. And the business has property in a location where it is, so those challenges don't just go away because we're doing a good thing. We still have to go through all those processes.
Real quick comment on the comment about permits. So I do know that part of the exemption as we structured it requires construction to have already begun on the infrastructure project. So that means that all the permits would already need to be in place before that, basically 1 year prior to the deadline as part of applying for this. So if there were permits that were needed, they would have to be in place a year ahead, and you'd get a year additional on top of that. So it would be effectively a 2 year time frame from the point that construction had begun, including the permits.
Where's the exemption to get the permit then if you're needing the timeline to get the permit? Because we're going to have to install the vehicle, right, based on this rule. And then if we can't charge the vehicle can't do anything for us.
Right, but Adam, I think Chris was trying to point out that, I mean, the whole idea here is, hey, if you're acting, a year ahead of a deadline, meaning that you've actually gotten to the point of starting construction. So as you, I think, indicated, it could be that it takes you 6 months to get a permit before you even start the construction. And that is a year ahead of schedule. So at that point, the deadline is a year and a half after you started the permitting process. And then you still get another year on top of that. So it ends up being 2.5 years total.
I don't see where you're getting the 2.5 years, Tony. My math is different. My math is 2 years in advance of the date my truck's going to electric truck's going to have to be on the ground. I've got to start thinking what an electrical infrastructure I need to charge a truck that right now probably isn't even in design that I can look at and figure out exactly what I'm charging. And I have to start applying for a permit to do it on the chance that a truck will be available that I'll then have to implement, because this is transition implementation, right? We don't yet have charging infrastructure up at a facility. Right. So I think our timelines of how we look at this are different. You're saying, oh, a year out, you start to make these decisions. But if I'm a year out, I'm trying to start to get into a permitting process to build my facility. The math doesn't work, Tony. I mean, because this is implementation challenge. You can't run the vehicle unless you have the charging infrastructure on the ground.
Yeah. No, but okay. At least on the math, we should agree now whether the math is the right one or the right approach. But again, the idea is, let's say let's just use real dates. Your deadline is January 2025. So by January of 24, you've started some kind of construction to put in some infrastructure, and you've already identified the vehicles that you want, or you've placed orders.
But what if you don't have one of the challenges of this rule at early implementation is when the manufacturer puts the vehicle on the market, all of a sudden there's a vehicle for us, right?
Yeah.
And we've got a potential 1-year fuse to having to implement it on the ground or less.
Yeah, and Adam, you're in the high priority category, right?
Yeah, our fleets would be in the high priority category, correct?
Okay, so I don't know, maybe it would be helpful just to go back real quick to the high priority slides, because under the high priority, your 2025 deadline is for the box trucks, vans, and
well, that's only if you're going down that pathway.
Assuming you're going down that pathway, yes.
There's 2 pathways.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And so at the end of the day, it does depend. Okay. So if you're using the milestone, wait, I'm sorry, go back to the slide with the table of the description. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is work. Yeah. This is the one. Yeah. So if you're doing the milestone one, then the 2025 deadline are based on the number of box trucks, vans, and buses you might have. So if you don't have vehicles in that category, this schedule would potentially put you on the second timeline in 2027.
Right.
And then so this is the flexibility kind of saying, hey, if you're if you find that this option is the better option, then your timeline isn't 2025 or 2024 even for some of the work.
Correct, but I think we recognize that this won't be the best option for everyone. That's why there's 2 options.
Right. Okay. Yeah, then at the end of the day, the other option is if anything you're adding is a zero emission, then ultimately it's going to depend on what you're replacing.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the challenge fleets are in, and we know you don't want to hurt fleets and businesses, that you're trying to balance a really complex rule, but that's going to take a really complex exemption process, especially for initial implementation is our opinion. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'm very glad you're continuing to look at this area.
Okay. Well, thank you, Adam. Appreciate it.
Okay, next up we have Glenn Cho. I've given you permission to speak if you give your affiliation and begin.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Glenn Cho from Toyota Motors North America. Can we actually go back to that infrastructure construction delay? Thank you, right there. So one thing we would like to add to this on your eligibility list is basically equipment ordering or failure, what you want to call it. We do recognize nowadays with the supply chain issue that ordering equipment is taking much longer than we anticipated. I know on the light duty side, a lot of infrastructure work has come to a stop because of lack of readily available equipment for some of the infrastructure. A lot of them are coming from Europe, and unfortunately, they're also in delays with COVID and whatnot. So we would recommend adding that. In addition, and given what the previous audience has mentioned, we would like to consider if CARB would look at infrastructure availability delay. In other words, yes, there is infrastructure available. It was up, but then it went down due to reliability issues, whether it's equipment or fueling or utility. And that's a complex request, but it's something that we should be looking at, given the learnings from the light duty side. We do recognize that, yes, there are stations available or charging locations available. Doesn't mean they always work. And so if a truck operation is looking to use public infrastructure, that's going to be a concern when you order 1, 2, 3 vehicles and then you order additional vehicles, but you realize that the public infrastructure may not be available, or your own infrastructure may not be available due to equipment availability. I think that also should be factored into the regulatory language.
Okay, and Glenn, you're referring to, sorry, the equipment availability is essentially for new projects?
Yeah, we have issues like, for example, for I think like filling nozzles for hydrogen, those nozzles are not available, and the station's now down, or the construction has stopped because of a lack of components to support the completion of the station, and that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Okay. Appreciate that comment. Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the language. It's like, yeah, it doesn't fit under those categories at the moment.
Right. And then the bigger one, as I think the previous audience mentioned, is the availability of the infrastructure after it's commissioned. We are now seeing, especially in the light duty side, a lot of the stations or charging locations, they're up, but then they go down and they're not coming back up anytime soon, again, due to equipment or software issues, whatnot. So it doesn't need to be in here, I don't think. It's just that there needs to be consideration of such issues that's happening on the light duty side that we can easily see happening on the heavy duty side.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next we have Nicole Rice. So I've given you permission to speak, Nicole. If you could give your name, affiliation, and begin.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Nicole Rice, California Natural Gas Vehicle Coalition. I also wanted to raise an issue related to infrastructure construction exemption, and that has to do with the, excuse me, the difference between doing a private construction on your facility, which I think this language envisions, versus those entities who won't be able to do private construction and will be relying on access to to public infrastructure, and may receive assurances or commitments from those providing, that access. And then for many of the reasons that have been raised today, that access is delayed. And, given the fact that just infrastructure access and availability in general will be essential to ensuring that any electric vehicles that are purchased will be able to be used and readily used upon, being obtained by the fleet, we would suggest and recommend that you include delays in public infrastructure that fleets might be depending on or making their decisions on related to vehicle purchases. That's the first thing. The second issue I wanted to raise was a comment that was made earlier by you, Tony, related to the availability of ZEV vehicles, and indicating that, comments have been made by those participating in past workshops into the availability of certain models. And I just wanted to better understand how that information is being confirmed, and how that information will be used in the calculation of decisions related to availability, meaning no disrespect to anybody who's on the line, who has been on the line in the past, who have made comments related to availability. But given the complexity of this rule, of this regulation, and the complexity of the task that we have ahead of us, we feel that it's very important to have some kind of verification process, so we're not just relying on word of mouth that might be very well intentioned, but for all the reasons we've discussed, could experience some hiccups or delays. And so there should be a verifiable process as to what vehicles are available. It should be open to the public and transparent, so that fleets and other stakeholders can also verify that information and confirm that information, and not just left to comments that are being made and not verified in the public, in public view. Lastly, I want to raise that there have been a lot of scenarios that the regulation as drafted do not envision. And I think, there will be a lot of different situations that come up during the early stages of implementation, and wanted to understand how staff intends to address things that are not envisioned in the construction of the regulation as drafted or potentially approved. How are you going to deal with scenarios that were not envisioned that come up and need to be addressed in order to make sure that fleets and companies can remain profitable, operational, and suffer no economic harm? So if I could get a response to those three issues, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
So let me try. So the first issue was about public infrastructure and using that as a criteria to provide an exemption to fleets. Honestly, I wouldn't know how to do that. And we do anticipate that most of these early deployments are going to be in depot or as you mentioned, private installations of infrastructure to do that. And then obviously fleets are going to take advantage of any publicly available fueling options that are out there. And we do anticipate there is going to be public fueling given announcements made by several manufacturers and suppliers. So anything more specific to that, because right now it's a theoretical situation that isn't terribly likely in the near term. And as we get later and later in time, then more and more likely there's going to be a lot more public charging infrastructure out there. In terms of the availability, I think that is the second half of this meeting, and we're going to spend quite a bit of time on that. And so I think most of those, I think your comments are relevant. And that is part of the idea, is to identify the criteria and how to make some of those distinctions. And so I think we'll discuss that a little further. And then the last one was scenarios or regulations not envision. I mean, part of this is part of the way we did structure the regulation, the milestone approach in particular, staggers the truck types that would be upgraded based on their near-term suitability. Nothing's perfect in the world, but we do try to make it so it'll cover most situations and give fleets those choices. Even on the state and local government requirements, it's again half of the purchases over the next few years can continue to be combustion, so that gives fleets some choices as to which ones they do electrify, which ones they don't. So those are some ways that you know, fleets have some options in how they do the upgrades and manage the risks. So yeah, and then, you know, we could come up with other theoretical situations, but I don't know that there's every possible scenario you can address upfront in every possible variation, although we think that we're covering a vast majority of them with what we've laid out.
Yes, no, I definitely agree as it relates to your final point that, you know, you can't cover every conceivable situation in the regulation. However, I'm not convinced that the regulation includes a process by which, when there are things that come up that were not anticipated, that there is some type of process that fleets could be, you know, have confidence in, that they might be able to petition, if you will, staff and others related to compliance and be able to get delays if necessary, and deal another way.
Let me throw in, I mean, one of the things that we have to do is specify those exact criteria that would be used for whatever the situation may be. And if we don't do that, it's just not going to pass the administrative law process. So we actually have to define that, and that's one of our objectives, even with the provisions we've laid out, is exactly how do you do it. The concept is that here are the criteria. If the criteria are met, then the fleet knows they're going to get the exemption, and we know they're going to get the exemption, and it's not going to be subjective as much as possible. With everything, there's always nuances, but that is the objective, is to make it as crystal clear so an applicant would know that it would be approved if they meet the conditions and provide the proof. And so we do, that is the standard we have to meet. And as I touched on, because of the initial flexibility, if something is awry that comes up 3 years down the road, 4 years down the road, at the end of the day, I mean, the board can amend the rule, and that would be a way to approach it. In the past, the board has not been shy about, hey, if something doesn't work, we'll tweak it or fix it in a rulemaking process. So that is the kind of the last mechanism, I suppose, that if there's something significant that can't be addressed within the construct of what we've laid out.
Yeah, well, just final points on that. If possible, I would recommend that staff take a look at something as simple as, you know, a statement in the regulation where, you know, anything that's not covered under, you know, identified exemptions could go through, you know, a particular, like a process where it could be reviewed. There could be an appeal process, you know, something so that whatever discretion is made by staff as they're looking for things that are not included, looking at things rather that are not included in the exemption language, that fleets would have some confidence that they would be able to come and present that information to staff, that there would be a process that they could go through that is open, and that they would have the ability to appeal that decision that might ultimately be made in that consideration. So something for staff to consider. I think there might be enough meat on that to pass muster for future review, but something to consider. As it relates to the public access, I still would recommend for staff to consider including public access to infrastructure charging in the exemption, because for many fleets, that might be the only option. And I know that there are promises being made related to the availability of infrastructure in certain parts of the state. And if for any supply chain or other issues that is delayed, I think that fleets who don't have the resources to do construction on site should be afforded an option for extending the compliance requirement, because they made purchases based on those assurances and promises.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess I still have to make the comment. I'm not the lawyer here, but if the process you described isn't well defined, yeah, I don't believe it's something that we can actually put forward on a legal basis. Again, not being the lawyer, but that's the way I understand it. So that would be essentially an impossible task, but we will raise it with our legal department just to make sure that my understanding is correct. So,
I appreciate
thank you. Okay, do we take one more or do we move on?
That was 3, so we can move forward.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on.
All right. So next we have the daily usage exemption. This would allow fleet owners to purchase a combustion vehicle when a commercially available ZEV could not meet the fleet's daily duty cycle needs and range or energy needs. The exemption will be limited to heavier vehicles in the Class 4 rate range, because Class 2B to 3 vehicles, as mentioned before, are available and could use light-duty public refueling stations, which are widely available throughout California. 10% of the fleet must already be ZEVs to ensure that fleets have experience with ZEVs. The exemption would not be applicable if an NZEV or fuel cell truck of the same type is commercially available because of their range capability. Because the large entity reporting data shows us that most vehicles are operated less than 100 miles a day, a reasonable cutoff for this exemption is needed to minimize the administrative burden of reviewing unnecessary exemption applications. So we're suggesting that the provision sunset when zero-emission Class 7 and 8 tractors or 3-axle buses are commercially available with around 500 miles of range and about 250 miles of range for other vehicle types. And because range doesn't account for a vehicle's total energy use, we are exploring other measures besides range, such as a vehicle's rated energy capacity. To qualify, fleet data must show that comparable ZEVs cannot meet fleet needs for at least 4 out of 30 consecutive workdays. This is about 90% of the daily range needs of all the comparable vehicle types in the fleet that could be met by the available ZEV. Vehicle energy use data must be used in lieu of mileage range. And to apply, fleet owners would submit a complete application package to the trucker's email. It would need to include information about the combustion vehicle and a comparable ZEV with the highest available range. Performance data from ZEVs in the fleet could be submitted in lieu of the range to address PTO or non-motive energy use. A daily usage report would need to be submitted for all combustion vehicles of the same type in the fleet. It would need to contain 30 consecutive days of data to demonstrate the vehicle's daily range and show that the available ZEVs range would not meet the fleet's needs. It would also need to include a description of the vehicle's daily assignments or routes and why a ZEV could not be fueled during its workday. Staff would respond within 30 days of receiving a complete application. Now we will cover an example of the daily usage report as we envision it. It would be a recent report it should be a recent report within the last year with 30 consecutive days of data for all the combustion vehicles of the needed configuration in the fleet. Fleet owners would then identify the lowest mileage value for each day across all the vehicles. This would show the minimum range needed to complete a daily work assignment. The 3 highest values would then be removed to represent 10% of the fleet's highest minimum usage, and the ZEV's range should then be compared to the next highest value. If the ZEV could not meet that range, the exemption would be approved. This slide shows an example of a fleet that has 5 box trucks and is considering applying for an exemption. In this scenario, a ZEV box truck is commercially available that has a 160-mile range. As you can see, The report includes the daily mileage traveled for each combustion box truck in the fleet over 30 days. The last row would show the lowest mileage traveled for each day, again to represent the fleet's minimum range needs. If a ZEV can meet 90% of those fleet's minimum range needs, the fleet should not be granted the exemption. After removing the three highest values, which in this case is 80, 55, and 55, the fourth highest value, which is also 55, would be compared against the ZEV's range. Because in this scenario, the ZEV can do 160 miles and the minimum range needed for the fleet that can meet 90% of the daily range is 55 miles, the exemption would not be approved in this case. Now, if the ZEV's range was less than this number, the exemption could be approved. This approach would require the fleet to pull together information that we would expect them to have to gather already to assess how ZEVs could fit in their fleets. And this approach provides clarity to deal with a relatively complex issue in an objective manner. I'll go ahead and take a few questions now.
Okay, so first we have David Park. David, I'm giving you permission to speak. If you could give your name, affiliation, and begin.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks for hearing my feedback. I'm going to go back to the
David, can you give your affiliation?
Oh, sure. California Fuel Cell Partnership. Apologies.
Sure. Thank you.
On the construction, there you go. Infrastructure construction delay. I'm just going to echo the comments, and I just want to acknowledge the ARB staff in developing a program that is trying to match up new infrastructure construction with new vehicle deployment, and recognize the fact that during this transition period, it's going to be a very tricky challenge to match those two up. I want to echo the comments that, let's see, I think it was, regardless of the commenter, the topic of permitting and construction timelines and then availability of materials is something that has been a challenge to the hydrogen industry. GoBiz has an ongoing permit streamlining process that they are pursuing, but that focuses primarily in the light duty space. Heavy duty infrastructure deployment of hydrogen is still relatively nascent. So the timelines and the specific construction of the facilities is still very much in that gray area, because the codes and standards they're in the development process now. And so there's a great deal of uncertainty around the actual design of the facility itself. Given that, it might be helpful for ARB to throw out some timelines of the construction process for both hydrogen fuel cell and electric power, so that this in this workshop process, those timelines can be vetted, and so that everyone can align on what the expected timelines are, and where the uncertainties exist in those timelines. It might be helpful to reach out to some of the folks that are on the ground building construction projects in this space, thinking specifically of the transit agencies, and then some of the private or public development of publicly available stations that are going on in the region. And on the hydrogen side, certainly I can help with some of those contacts. And from that point, it might be helpful to match up, deployment of infrastructure with the regulatory requirements for putting vehicles on the ground.
So David, I guess, can you elaborate? So let's just say we identify that it's a normal 1.5 month process to do a particular construction category. How would that change the proposal?
When you say 1.5 months of a typical construction,
Year, yeah.
what can you go elaborate further? Is that the time that ARB staff suggest is sufficient for completing that component of the project? Is that the question?
I'm trying to understand your comment. You said we should be putting out timelines on hydrogen infrastructure or charging infrastructure timeline to be vetted.
I would say the timeline should start with site control. So identification of the site in which the project is located, all the way through commissioning of the station itself, and lay out the time period in which each of the construction or development steps occur, from the time site control is taken to the time the station is commissioned. And so it would be site control, and then, design approval, and then permitting approval and issuance, and then actual construction of the station, and then the commissioning step. I think those are from my understanding, the discrete steps in the development process. And if ARB could lay out the period of time for each of those steps, it might help think through where the bottlenecks might occur. And this is in that early market, right? This is the most challenging period, is in initiating the marketplace.
Okay. Okay, but that sounds like an informational item. I'm not understanding that. Would that? Are you suggesting an edit to the?
No, the presumption is that information could be used to develop the regulatory timeline.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because I'm just trying to make sure we're talking this. I mean, one of the things we're trying to do in the regulation is saying, hey, if you're acting a year early, then we'll give you some consideration here. Our hope would be, yeah, if you act 2 years early, that's even better, to make sure everything's in place that you need. But we're just trying to kind of establish a minimum time frame. If you start the day before the vehicle's supposed to be on the road, that's not reasonable. And so that's what we're trying to use in the regulation, to say, hey, if you start a year in advance, even if it takes 18 months to get the project done, we'll build in some consideration. And we're not going to, lack of a better term, penalize you for the fact that you didn't plan 2 years in advance or more than 18 months in advance.
Sure. I guess the question is that 18-month or 2 year or 1 year, what is the sufficient lead time? Apologies for, I don't mean to sound crass, but it sounds like it's a bit arbitrary, the 1 year mark, and that there might need to be some backup behind, how that time period is selected.
All right. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Next, we have Bob Shepard. Bob, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your name, affiliation, and begin.
Hi, Bob Shepard, Quinn Company. Again, going back to infrastructure, it's long past that slide, but the information we're getting now, just for a DC charger, you're looking outwards of almost a year. You're looking at for infrastructure to get the power company in, minimum 1.5 years, and that would including permitting. That is only going to increase. So as a lot of people have already said, there needs to be a provision in this regulation that would allow beyond that first year to continue to have an extension based upon extenuating circumstances. These kind of provisions are in other CARB regulations that allow for an extension based upon those types of conditions. If it's out of your control, you're not going to be sitting there wanting to be enforced upon if you have no control. Again, it's a common thing. We've been hearing it for years where power companies are delayed in getting power out to facilities. The other thing is, putting in just a couple DC chargers at anywhere between $100 and $150,000 a piece. When the power companies come in, they're coming in just to provide you with the bare necessities. Well, the planning stages for this whole regulation for companies that have hundreds of vehicles, there's no way to really know what infrastructure you're going to need at any one time. So the utility companies are going to be coming back and back again and back again to go in there and provide you more power into facilities. And keep in mind that if you look at even an average amount of well, I won't go down that path. It needs to have provisions here to be able to have more extension on beyond that 1 year. It's just, it's not going to happen. You've got too many delays in the time right now, and it's only going to get worse as more people start having to put in electric.
Well, thank you. Do we take one more or do we move on?
I think we might need to move on just looking at the time. Your call.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and take one more and then we'll move on because that makes 3, right? Just to make sure to at least meeting the minimum. Okay.
Okay, so next up we have Bradley Northrup. So Bradley, I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your name, affiliation, begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. My name is Bradley Northup. I am the Public Works Superintendent for City of Carlsbad. I'm also a representative for Napa Fleet Management Association for Southern California. Thank you guys for giving us the ability to speak today. I did want to go back to the construction delay, if we can. I wanted to see if we could get a little bit of clarification from you guys on the requirement for construction to begin prior to the compliance deadline and what that may relate to with regard to delays for infrastructure relating to the eligible delays, i.e. Power from a utility. And what I mean by that is they're a bit counterintuitive. Construction would not be able to start on a project without permits, and permits would not be issued without all of the design and all of the questions answered prior to a project start. So they're kind of conflicting statements. You can't start construction, but then also have a delay from power from utility, simply because you wouldn't have permits to begin construction phasing. You also wouldn't even be able to get past CEQA review without that. So maybe you guys can help clarify what you mean by that, and if their intent is that they do conflict or that they are one trumps the other. Also, if there is a possibility for a year-over-year extension based on feedback from the utility. Say if the utility, you come to the utility, say, I have my depot yard that is, I need to have this much power at this location within the next 3 years. They say it's going to take 5. And we don't have an exemption timeline currently to be able to use the utility as the delay factor, right? We may have funding, may have the project, we may have the vehicle designs, we may even have the chargers, but we don't have the utility power where it needs to be. So I think that's 2-part question. So how about it, guys?
All right. So thank you. I think the language as we had worded it back in May was generally that the expectation was that the project was moving ahead and that the utility was, you've already coordinated with the utility on being able to provide the power, but then that something changed after the project started to delay that. So in other words, the utility wasn't able to get the equipment in the time it had foreseen when the project started, and then notifies you that it's going to take 6 months longer than originally expected, or whatever it happens to be. So that one was, I think, clearly covered in terms of what was there before, and I think it's part of the discussion today. It does, and so on the one hand, that would be the way we would interpret the language that was out in May, and I think what you're describing is different, I think, than what was laid out there. And so you're describing is, I've identified what I need, worked with the utility, the time frame that you need it is less than what the utility would provide. And so you haven't even necessarily started the project at that point. Because then you would need to be building for a longer timeline. Is that correct? I mean, largely.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, and then to me, I would say one of the things we would obviously want to look at is, hey, in any scenario of this nature and the provisions, if the fleet owner has other options that they could use, like a different location or something else where they could have the infrastructure put in a couple of years, that would still be something that would need to be factored in. But again, assuming your example is a single fleet of one location, then we would have to make modifications.
So the rule is ultimately going to be malleable in certain senses for conditional applications?
No. What I'm saying is we would have to change the language from what we had in May to address that situation. So that's one of those items that I can say. Obviously, we're going to be discussing it internally after this meeting and see what we want to do.
Yeah, good examples. I believe they were brought back up in May as well. Was remote areas, remote mountaintops, mountain locations, utilities being able to run the amount of power needed to operate the vehicles in those areas is fairly a lengthy delay, let alone the projection start of a utility company focusing on those areas over other areas for deployment. Okay, so we'll be looking at this a little bit closer then from this feedback is what it sounds like. The second area, and I'll just give me one more minute here, is regarding to the emergency vehicle exemption, or the declared emergency exemption.
Yeah.
That declared emergency exemption, I'm struggling from a fleet perspective how that's a benefit in any practical use of an exemption. At a certain point, you'd ultimately have to have a surplus of already qualified backup vehicles in order to make that a feasible exemption, or at least non-reportable exemption, in which case this is hand in hand with the backup vehicle requirement. So I guess for all intents and purposes, with NAFA's provided feedback that we had submitted back in, I believe it was October last year with formal public comment period, was the review and the definition change of what is considered an emergency response vehicle. Specifically to this regulation, we're calling out California Vehicle Code for police and fire. However, there was no consideration for public works vehicles or critical infrastructure support vehicles such as utilities, wastewater, things like that, where those vehicles need to be able to respond in a immediate emergency and maybe responding for days at times. So the infrastructure there is an issue when we talk about the type of vehicle and the function for an emergency use. So is there any expectation that there could be modification to, instead of the declared emergency provision, that it had become the emergency vehicle response provision?
Well, okay, so you're looking to effectively broaden the definition of what a declared emergency event would be.
No, but the declared emergency response is in and of itself specific to a limited time period for a specific item. We in the high priority side, as well as utilities, as well as public agencies, all have public safety response actions obligated by law to respond to. So when we have those scenarios, they are not declared emergencies. They are very common and happen quite often enough that we have vehicles on standby at all times for responding to those agency response or to those issues. I think what also came up in May was discussion from utility providers, water providers, where when they have an issue with a major declared emergency, or excuse me, not declared emergency, but a major damage to infrastructure, they could be out on site for days at a time operating. And there's not sufficient technology currently to be able to support any of those operations, especially in remote areas. So I think where the declared emergency response falls off is that declared emergency responses are very few and far between. And typically when there is a declared emergency response or a declared emergency, whether at a local or state level, there is a whole slew of other exemptions that will apply for the types of vehicles that are responding to those. So it's kind of in this regulation I see as a null exemption, and it doesn't necessarily meet the need of tailoring to a vehicle that wouldn't be able to comply because of public safety obligations.
Okay, and so I think, I mean, for that, I mean, ultimately we're going to benefit. Maybe we need to follow up after this meeting, but I think we're going to benefit with trying to understand why you think a ZEV isn't going to be able to meet that duty cycle, especially if it's in your service area. And you're in your familiar territory and have your infrastructure presumably at your depot. And whether this becomes an issue when we're talking, more than half your fleet is ZEV, because if we're talking in time between 2035, half your trucks are still combustion. So I presume that wouldn't be much of an issue until then, until you get to a point. So are you suggesting that there be a provision to keep you from going to 100% ZEVs?
No, I'm calling out that there would be an exemption based on the vehicle and the assignment that that vehicle has in obligating its use in public safety response, same and similar to a police or fire truck, police vehicle or a fire engine.
Okay, and this is a
So it's not a permanent exemption. It's not a let's exempt our entire fleet because we all have this purpose. It's with an exception to this rule based on whatever criteria staff may feel meets those needs. As in, if the response happens X amount of times per year at a duty cycle of X, Y, or Z, there's an ability for the fleet to use that exemption not as a reserve vehicle or a backup vehicle, but as that vehicle itself can remain for the percentage of those types of vehicles a ICE until a suitable ZEV is available.
Okay, so Bradley, I would appreciate just a quick email or something that maybe identifies what you think those criteria would be, like you're suggesting right now. I mean, that's the kind of thing we would need, is things like if you can just put a number on it, a frequency, a criteria, and frankly, a little information as to because it sounds like you're talking about a narrow set of vehicles. To the extent you could give us some insight as to what those might be and what the criteria would be, it at least give us something to chew on.
Absolutely.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, so let's continue, and then because we're now down to an hour, and the availability part is going to be, I'm sure, a significant part of the discussion.
All right. So for interstate rental fleet owners using the Zev Milestones option, the rental vehicle provision would seek to simplify the fleet size calculation for rental vehicles that could come to California without oversight by the fleet owner to help provide a smoother transition to ZEVs. Owners would calculate an average number of rental vehicles based on the criteria in the regulation language and report the number to be used in the basis for their Zev Milestones requirement. To qualify, the entity must be an interstate rental fleet owner as defined in the regulation. To use the exemption, the owner would take 4 quarterly snapshots or use telemetry data to come up with an average number of rental vehicles. This average would be added to any reported non-rental vehicles in the owner's California fleet. Finally, the fleet owner would report the average in non-rental vehicles annually and keep records. And Tony, do you want me to pause here for questions or jump to this last slide here before we jump into the discussion?
In the interest of time, I think maybe we move on, and then we can take questions on that after when we.
Okay. All right. And last, we have the ZEV unavailability exemption for when ZEVs simply do not exist in certain configurations, and the fleet could not otherwise comply without the exemption. The idea would be to streamline the process, is for CARB to host a list of vehicle configurations that are not commercially available on the CARB website. Fleet owners would simply need to check the list. If a vehicle was on the list, the fleet owner could then purchase a combustion vehicle of that type and report it when received. This would not require any review or approval and would only require reporting after the combustion vehicle is purchased to document the date and vehicle configuration for which the exemption was claimed. Much of today's discussion will focus on how to determine what goes on this list. how to categorize vehicles, and how to keep the process simple. I'll go ahead and turn it over now to my colleague, Harinder Fagura, to cover the final portion of today's presentation.
Thanks, Chris. My name is Harinder Fagura, and I will be discussing ZEVs that are available and how to determine what criteria should be used to determine certain vehicle configurations that are not available with a zero-emission drivetrain. For the discussion, we'll look at the typical manufacturing process and how to complete vehicles differ from incomplete cabin chassis. Vehicles that are commonly certified as complete vehicles, including tractors, vans, buses, and pickups. These vehicles are already available in several ZEV configurations, but there may be some special cases where we may need to discuss further. Most other trucks are built and certified as cabin chassis with or without a cab. We already see ZEV configurations in every weight class category, and the primary question is whether the body or setup you need is compatible. In addition, several companies will convert a new vehicle that it was initially certified as a gasoline diesel model to a zero-emission drivetrain. This is similar to what we see with CNG or propane vehicle conversions. These conversions tend to be on some of the most common cabin chassis that are upfit with hundreds of different body configurations. We are also aware that some large fleets order custom designed vehicles like the Postal Service did recently, where they ordered tens of thousands of custom vehicles, including a mix of ZEV and ICE vehicles. We also would not want to create a loophole if custom vehicles are not available off the shelf as ZEVs. Now I will provide a little background on what ZEVs are out in the US. There are more than 148 commercial available zero-emission vehicles available to order in the US, and 135 of those models are already in production. There are available in every vehicle weight class category in a wide variety of configurations as seen on the chart. There are more than 500 ZEV models available worldwide, and we expect more each year. Taking a closer look at zero-emission tractors, currently there are 8 commercially available, with more coming in the near future. In the next few slides, we'll look at the different battery electric vehicles that are available. Here we see ZEVs that are available in the class 2-3 as pickups, delivery vans, and cutaway chassis. Note that the two pictures in the middle show the T350 can be purchased as a complete cargo van or as a cutaway. It can also be purchased as a cabin chassis on which anybody can be placed. In the next 3 slides, we'll see ZEVs that are available in the class 4 to 7 weight as straight trucks, box trucks, delivery vans, step vans, refuse, and cutaway chassis. We have also received the question about PTO and want to point out that the BYD refuse truck displayed here has PTO capabilities. Again, the cabin chassis can be equipped with multiple bodies in the same way an ICE vehicle can. Here are some more vehicles in the class through 4 and 7. Most of these shown as box trucks or step vans, but the truck on the bottom right is a Motif Epic E450, which is drivetrain conversion of a Ford E450, which is upfitted with a type of service body. Again, there are more. Here are several more class 4 through 7 examples. I just want to note here that the C electric cutaway, incomplete chassis, and the straight truck that's listed are available in 18 different models. The chassis is originally built by a variety of different manufacturers. In this slide, we see ZEVs that are available in the class 8 as yard trucks. And all of these vehicles have PTO systems for their fifth wheel. Next, we see ZEVs that are available in the class 8 as straight trucks, refuse trucks, and bucket trucks. The line bucket, line refuse, Mack, LR, and Peterbilt 520 again have PTO capabilities, and these can be outfitted with different body configurations. Next, we see ZEVs that are available as Class 8 tractors. Some of these are available as a single model, and others are available in multiple configurations, as shown by the description of the tractor on the bottom right. Note that this is not a comprehensive list, but was selected to show the types of zero-emission trucks that are currently available. This slide simply shows an example of how the same truck model can be equipped with several bodies, the vehicle manufacturer or by the vehicle manufacturer or by outfitters. Similar to combustion trucks, ZEVs can be outfitted to meet your needs. This slide shows the most common vehicles identified in the large entity reporting data that was collected are day cabs, which are widely available as ZEVs. Sleeper cabs are also available now, but may need more time for infrastructure to be placed for long distance travel, and is why there would be more time with the Zev Milestone option, and is a vehicle type that is not typically owned by state and government fleets. Beyond that, a variety of ZEVs are already in the market for these fairly common vehicles, such as service bodies, van cargo, dry van, flatbed, or stake bed. The other category and some of the less common vehicle configurations are probably where we need to focus our availability. This graph is for trucks types reported by public fleets. The most common vehicles here are service bodies, pickups, closely followed by dump trucks, flatbeds, stake trucks, and vans. Again, the focus on ZEV unavailability is likely to be on the less common body types. And just for a reminder, there are some vehicles types that are already excluded from the draft regulation and would not need to be considered for ZEV unavailability, which include school buses, dedicated snow removal vehicles, heavy cranes, 2-engine trucks, except for 2-engine street sweepers and workover rigs. Now let's talk about the different kinds of trucks and how to categorize them. Here is an example of a flatbed trucks in various configurations. The term flatbed is pretty general and can represent all the different truck types, even though they have different names and uses. The question is whether there are any significant differences between these flatbed bodies that could be a barrier to electrification. These flatbed bodies are generally mounted the same way as box trucks bodies. So is there a reason to say they cannot be configured as ZEVs? For example, the roll-off truck that's shown here has a hydraulic lift and a tilt bed and may be different than a fixed bed truck. To the extent the configuration of tractors of a tractor matters, we'll need to know, because over-the-road tractor trucks are already available as ZEVs and seem to be straightforward. Are there any special considerations that needs to be made for different types of tractor types? Do we need to discuss construction tractors or heavy haul tractors? Here is an image of all different truck types, different tractor names, some with different trailers. Some of these are the same chassis with different bodies. Some are industry specific terms that describe their use. Others have different auxiliary equipments that defines their purpose. The next two slides are a list of truck types for further discussion on how to categorize trucks. Here we see different complete vehicle models that are available by weight class. The list has different types of tractors, for example, which are available as ZEVs indicated by the word available. For construction tractors, we think there may be differences worth noting for ground clearance and PTO use, and are seeking input. Is there any difference, anything special about these tractor types that make them different that are common over the road tractors? If so, what is the criteria that might make a tractor different enough from the available ZEVs? Most of the vehicles on the list are labeled as TBD or to be determined, because we need more information to identify whether there is a barrier to electrification or if we simply do not have information about the ZEVs in that configuration. A hay squeeze is identified as not available because these are uncommon vehicles on a hand-built chassis, and there are only 2 manufacturers in the US. Concrete mixer is listed TBD for the moment because they are often built on a existing chassis, and there are a range of trucks that can be referred to as concrete mixers, including volumetric concrete mixer, a mixer with a rotating drum, and they are already available outside the US as medium duty vehicles. Now we're going to go pause for some questions.
Okay, so first we have Jimmy O'Day. Jimmy, I'm giving you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your affiliation again. And Tony, for this portion, we're looking for questions mainly focused on availability or
yeah, I mean, well, at this point, I mean, we'll take comments on any category, but we chose to pause in this particular slide on availability, listing mostly tractors, or some of the vehicles at the bottom are also configured on what is normally a tractor configuration. And then the next slide is more about the vehicles that are chassis certified, to then have the discussion on the body types there. So anybody who has comments on the chassis part, I mean, we'll stop on the very next slide once we get there.
Sure. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, thanks, Carb. This is Jimmy O'Day at CalStart. My hand was actually up for a comment a while ago, but maybe just on the availability. Appreciate that this is a category and just how, you know, availability is increasing. It seems like with every week, a lot of great announcements in the industry. A question I had earlier was originated in the emergency vehicle discussion. And I've since dug up the California Vehicle Code and kind of answer my own question, but maybe it could be helpful for sharing this information to give some examples of what those specific vehicles are covered under those definitions for folks to help understand that. And related to, I think, a commenter the last round we had on, you know, vehicles that don't fall into the emergency vehicle definition, but maybe doing emergency vehicle types. I would say, I think what Tony's response was, to me, seems to fit with the rule, you know, allowing for those types of vehicles to probably be exempt in other ways, just as, you know, the rule doesn't start with 100% on-road requirements right away. So to me, it seems like there's a lot of flexibility built into a lot of the exemptions already. I guess a broad question is, has the inventory associated with the fleet rule modeling accounted for any type of these exemptions, and kind of the scope that CARB expects to, you know, for these exemptions to have as the rules implemented?
So, okay. Yeah, so I think I touched on that a little earlier, that for the backup vehicle provision, we did actually model that explicitly. In terms of the others, we largely did not, simply because, as you kind of even see on the vehicle availability list, I mean, there's a lot out there, and if fleets use the flexibility, they won't need the provisions, but the provisions are there in the event that an individual fleet situation does require some additional time. And as you saw, the infrastructure one is, you know, envisioning, okay, the trucks might come a year later than expected, but they would still come. It wouldn't change the end requirement per se, or the next year's requirement in that process. So it might be a temporary loss in benefit, but that's also where we kind of are trying to say, hey, that's where with the provisions, we're kind of being able to address what is the maximum feasible number of ZEVs that any individual company can do to meet the overall goal.
Great. All right. Thanks a lot for all your work on this, and all the good comments from other commenters and the nuances being raised. Really appreciate that slide 17. It's a really excellent summary slide. So thanks for putting that together.
Thank you, Jamie. We appreciate the feedback. Okay, next we have Sam Raid. Sam, I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your name, affiliation, and begin.
Hi, my name's Sam Raid. I work at Holiday Rock. I also had my hand up for quite a while. So, I mean, I don't want to take you guys all the way back to the daily mileage exemption and the infrastructure delay exemption yet, but I guess we'll start with what's in front of the screen because I think we've already lost a lot of time with people bringing up issues that were not on the screen. So if I'm understanding what's in front of us correctly, there's only one vehicle that CARB has identified as being unavailable.
Well, I think part of it is we need to establish what the criteria are. Actually, that is kind of one of the objectives here, because we laid out some ideas, but ultimately, if we get a recommendation on something else being the criteria that we can use, then the list might change. So we don't want to necessarily put it out right away. But the idea is that once we've kind of established the criteria, that we would then start filling out the list. And I guess, so part of your answer, I think, can be, here's some of the criteria we think we should be using, which is just comes a little bit later. But that is ultimately, I think, what we want to kind of settle on before establishing that.
I guess I'm a little confused working at a ready mix company, right? I'm not aware of a concrete mixture that's commercially available in America. So I'm confused why there would be a TBD for that.
Yeah, no, again, I think part of that is, and we try to explain it in the notes, is, I mean, if you're talking about the kind with the drum, I'm personally not aware of one right now.
Right.
I do know
You're
that
not
they
aware
are.
of it because it doesn't exist.
Okay. Well, okay, I'm not going to assume I know everything. And there are some demo models now, and there are some being sold in Europe by companies that sell trucks here. So if they're coming in later in the year or something like that, I don't want to necessarily put on the list prematurely, but again, whatever the criteria is what we would use to make that a step.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess my concern is if you need advice or sort of metrics for us to help you and determine what the actual criteria should be. For example, a concrete mixer has 10 yards of concrete that it can carry. It can go X number of miles. Like I'm sure that, Calcium and others can help you determine what those criteria should be.
Yeah, no, yeah. And then again, right now, the most elementary question is concrete mixer too generic of a term? Should we be more specific to the rotating drum as opposed to the volumetric kind that basically are transporting powder? And I know they're not like a dump truck, but I mean, at the end of the day, they have something on the back of a, lack of a better term, back on the flatbed that then mixes the concrete on site. That's a different truck. I wouldn't call it a mixer. Well, I'm not sure if we should call it that, or should I make a separate distinction? I'm assuming I need a separate distinction. But yeah, that's part of why I'm hedging, I guess, because it's like, yeah, what is enough? And again, we would prefer simple, but at the same time, if I can use concrete mixer and maybe put in drum, and I know class 8 that, maybe we specify the vehicle class as kind of laid out here as the criteria, but then the other types, then we also need to make sure that we describe them appropriately, because if they don't belong on the list, because they're just a frame on chassis kind of thing, then we would want to make that distinction and not just blanket all types of mixers necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess,
and I want to use this as an opportunity. I mean, so you see that in the tractor category, we could just say there's zero emission tractors, so no tractor gets an exemption.
Right.
Again, the question is, are there some significant difference on some of these tractors? And I do understand that, construction tractors, depending on the type, are going to have different clearance issues and other configurations that maybe an over-the-road tractor doesn't fit. So a battery electric, for example, wouldn't fit if the ground clearance wasn't there. And then again, what criteria would we use to separate them if it was necessary to separate them?
Right. So maybe with concrete mixer, it needs to specifically be ready mix concrete mixer. And in the case of tractors, again, talking about the construction materials industry, maybe there's some weight for which you can make it onto this list. If we're carrying 40,000 pounds of cement powder, maybe that it would make it a lot easier, I think, if we didn't have to go through the daily mileage exemption, since that, the way it's written now, is not just burdensome, but and if you want to go back to that, I would be happy to, since I submitted about 10 questions about that prior to the call. But one of them is, why do we have the 10% minimum? Because that, for electric vehicles, since that basically negates the choice between the model year path and the milestone path, if everyone to get any sort of exemption has to have 10% of the fleet be electric.
Well, okay, so that provision is there in part to ensure that the fleets actually gain experience with zero emission vehicles. Doing your first 10%, you have a little bit more choices as to where you place them and how you use them. Because we do recognize that zero emission vehicles are operated differently and managed differently than you would conventional fueled vehicle. And then part of that too is that at that point, depending on the vehicle type that you're operating, you can use the information about that vehicle in your actual operation if it warrants a justification that adding more vehicles to your fleet would not fit the application. So it's kind of all of it.
If that's the point, why not just have a requirement of one ZEV?
Oh, just one.
10% is pretty significant, and it's kind of, like I said, it negates the choice that is inherent in the way that the rules generally applying, which is that you have a choice between the milestone path where 10% comes in 2025 or 2027, depending on what group you're in, and then you have the path of we won't replace vehicles without being electric, right? The model year path. So if a fleet like the construction materials industry, where you have mostly Class 8 vehicles, you're going to have to replace something. It's not going to be you're not going to be able to do that mileage, those duty cycles, with the weights that we're talking about and the distances that we're talking about, sometimes driving 20 hours a day. So you're going to need those vehicles to be ICE vehicles, and that means that any replacement is going to have to meet that 10%. So you're already basically a minimum requirement for operating business is you convert immediately to 10% ZEVs. So I would just point that out as a concern about the daily mileage exemption, and it goes kind of hand in hand with what was just on the screen about the unavailability list, and trying to determine, well, even if something is available in practical terms, like it is available for purchase, that doesn't mean that it will actually do the jobs that we're needing it to do. And the requirements in 2015.3b, which includes all the daily mileage exemption, are probably a lot more than they need to be. And I think the goal of this meeting is to identify opportunities for streamlining compliance and actually increasing compliance, right? The ability for us to increase compliance.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So one of the things that we probably should identify then is 2015.3b, right? And say, okay, we probably don't need everyone to have 10% ZEVs for us to identify that a vehicle cannot do its job, 20 hours a day, hauling 40,000 pounds as a ZEV. Like, that's probably something that's just common sense, can be shown with the meat of that rule, which is the 3 days out or 4 days out of 30 of the last working days, right? That part of it makes perfect sense, I think. And the other stuff seems a little bit superfluous.
Okay. Again, so again, as a follow-up to this meeting, if you could send us some information about a fleet you would like to discuss, or a fleet situation, because again, when we look at the data that we did receive, we see that most ZEVs that are available are going to fit in fleet applications. They won't do, every duty cycle or the fringe ones per se, but based on the information we have, most of the ones that are available are going to fit within the realm of what a fleet can use. I'm sure it's going to require some adjustment. But now, if you're identifying a fleet where all of your trucks are concrete trucks, then I guess that would be a different situation than.
No, talking about tractors specifically, right? And I'd be happy to talk with you more about this offline if you prefer. But, if you're talking about a truck that is driving 20 hours a day, moving cement powder, and you're aware of a electric vehicle that can do that and still do its job in that time frame and those distances, right, hundreds of miles a day, then we would like to know about that vehicle. So yeah, please advertise that vehicle for the manufacturer, because I'm not aware of it.
Okay. So I want to follow up with you just so that there's other opportunities for further comments and discussion.
Sure.
But I'll say, so a powder truck is just going to be a truck and trailer. But as I understand it, you're talking about the single unit truck, or?
I am talking about a tractor trailer combination.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's a set of usually a set of two double trailers, right?
Yeah. So I'll say my question to you, if you can provide it, is just again via email. It could be to the Zev fleet address. I mean, we'll all get it. Is that powder truck substantially different than the 8 different tractors that are available right now as zero emission?
Yeah. No. Again, so it's not. And this goes. Yeah, it goes to the same idea of the vehicle itself, right? There are tractors available in as ZEVs. There's no debate about that. It's about what job it can do in a 20-hour workday, right?
Yeah, I misunderstood, but okay, then to me the question would be, okay, then are all your other trucks, powder trucks, are they all doing the 20 hours, or are some doing something different? And like the first 10%, can you do some pickups and flatbeds and things like that, or some service trucks?
Right, and in our case, we can do that. But at some point, we have to get to the tractors that are the real tractors, not like a pickup truck, right? Whatever smaller vehicle you're suggesting. And that, again, it goes down to that 10%. Having to replace 10% of a fleet that's hundreds of vehicles is a major expense that I think it is not necessary to actually show that a vehicle can't meet the daily mileage needs.
Right. No, and again, to make this is helpful for me, but I think hopefully for everybody else too. It's so, again, if you're using the milestone approach, then if you do 10% of your fleet as some pickups and flatbeds and service trucks, and then you say, okay, now I have to do these tractors and they're not going to meet the need, you've met the 10% criteria. Then it's just a matter of the mileage table like we laid out. So we're not saying 10% of every individual vehicle type has to be done before you can ask for an exemption. It's just 10% of your fleet somewhere.
Yeah, I understood. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I guess maybe we'll follow up.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Next, we have Adam Browning. So Adam, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute, give your name and affiliation, then begin.
Thank you, Adam Browning with Forum Mobility. We are a electric truck as a service provider, specifically for drayage. And I too have been waiting on the line for a while, so we'll go back over some past history here. I just wanted to add 2 points. One is that as a compliant, as I think we can all appreciate due to a lot of the discussion here, individual fleets installing charging infrastructure and purchasing compliant vehicles, it's complicated, it's hard, or at least it can be. And that's why we believe that there will be a large group that will prefer to just do a one-stop solution and do sign agreements with electric truck as a vehicle service providers. And for that reason, we propose that you also add as a assigning of an electric truck service provider to be also a sufficient way of engaging with a compliance mechanism, not just purchasing a truck outright, and incorporate that into the regs, as well as with the delay provisions as well. I will also just go back to the numerous comments that people have provided around, I think to the point that, electrifying so much of this, going all the way from medium duty all the way through heavy duty, is going to put a seismic strain on the grid and the way that we go about managing the grid. And that 1-year compliance date, right now, when we go out to purchase land or to lease land to provide for either private or for public depots, we will not touch land that needs a distribution system upgrade right now. When you overlay that bend, just because it's going to take years to get an upgrade in place in order to be able to get power to that site. When you overlay like the Venn diagrams of sites that are going to that have enough power and enough land and are near the necessary transportation corridors, becomes enormously challenging to find sites that you can actually really site fueling depots, all to the point that just even the most well-meaning of and foresightful of the fleets out there that are going to be working to comply with this regs, it's going to be hard. And I just, on their behalf and on our behalf, ask for more forbearance in the time schedules for building the necessary fueling infrastructure. So those were my 2 comments. And I would love to at least hear your feedback on the truck as a service provider versus just an outright purchase.
Okay. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, I mean, you're effectively we do have language regarding purchases, leasing of trucks. We do make a distinction on, a 1-year lease of the truck, lease to purchase or kind of approach. We don't specifically have any language calling out the truck as a service model, but it sounds to me like a similar relationship. We would benefit a little bit by having a little more detail. Are these contracts that are more than a year generally versus a temporary rental kind of thing, would be beneficial for us to help with some description around it.
Sure. We provided comments back in the around the May 26th workshop around drayage, and happy to provide more if you give us some specificity as to exactly what additional information you're seeking. But yes, these are typically multi-year agreements, 3 to 5 years is typical.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. We'll follow up to discuss that. Next, we have Rudy Prado. So Rudy, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your name and affiliation, then begin.
Thanks, Paul. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Rudy Prado, Bragg Companies. Just had a couple of quick questions regarding the model year schedule. First is that going to be based on the model year of the engine? And second, how about repowered trucks? What will the useful life be of those?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so let's see. Guys, help me out already. I know the useful life criteria is based on the model year of the engine. And so in an engine that's been replaced, it would still be based on that same original engine year. So it wouldn't necessarily change the compliance date for the truck. But we are using model year for the model year of the truck for simplicity, because everybody knows the model year of the truck for purposes of compliance. And so when it comes down to the useful life question, when a vehicle gets past 12 years of age, then we start asking for the engine information and the mileage information to then establish when the end of that useful life actually occurs, because it is also based on miles. So hopefully that answers that piece. Was there, I'm sorry, there might have been a second part to your question.
No, it was just that. Just
Okay.
wondering. So, but default is model year of the truck, and if it's repowered with a no range engine, you take the model year of the engine, right?
Yeah, I mean, the useful life criteria is ultimately based on the model year of the engine, but we're using the model year of the truck as a, because the model year of the engine could be slightly different than the model year of the truck, but we're using that as the criteria in the rule, and then addressing the model year of the engine when it becomes a critical detail on the compliance.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy. Next, we have Frank Harris. Frank, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your name and affiliation, then begin. It shows you're muted on your end, Frank. All right, we'll come back to Frank.
So, Paul?
Yeah.
I see that we have almost 30 people with their hand raised, and we've got less than 30 minutes on our scheduled time. So maybe we should go ahead and at least walk through the rest of the slides and then open up the discussion again.
Okay.
So, Harinder.
Okay. So I'll continue. So on this chart here, on the top row, you'll see that there are cabin chassis in every weight class category that are available as ZEVs today. What this comes down to, for the most part, for most trucks, is what body is being put on the back, and are there any issues with configurations? The green shows you that there are already being sold in all these categories. What we're looking for is, what do we need to distinguish? Just because something is not purchased in the particular config doesn't mean that a body cannot be put on. Next slide.
Let me pop in. I'm sorry, go back to that slide just real quick. So again, like we kind of touched on the tractors, you see these categories and in the parentheses. A boom truck is kind of a generic term, so it can be all kinds of different booms, whether it's a man lift, a crane, or a grapple truck, or something like that. So again, what we're trying to do is say, hey, let's establish some criteria where an important difference would be distinguished, but we maybe don't need to if they can all be grouped together, because any of the compatibility issues would largely be addressed by one configuration or another. Same thing with tank. I mean, there's different kinds of tanks, so if we just said tank truck, is there one being out there or not? That still wouldn't necessarily cover all the different kinds of what you could call a tank truck, whether it's transporting something or, it's like a vacuum or spreader type that's not transporting cargo per se. And then like on garbage packer here, we listed them as 3 separate categories, with the main feature being the loading, whether it's front, side, or rear. And then again, on the self-loading type trucks, there's grapple, crane, hook lift. The basic question there, well, if it's a self-loading truck, then is that really mostly auxiliary equipment? But again, at the same time, if for some reason the chassis cannot be configured with a hook lift or something that you need for that operation, then that does make sense to use that as a criteria. So again, we're interested in feedback on how to establish a list that makes sense, that identifies those key differences. So that's kind of what we're looking to do in establishing that criteria. Okay, thanks. So go ahead, Harinder.
Okay. And our current thinking for the ZEV unavailability list criteria is that vehicles under 14,000 GVWR should not be on the ZEV unavailability list, because there are so many options that are available now, and that our focus should be on larger and less common truck types. In summary, we think that the criteria to be listed on the ZEV unavailability list should be based on primary function of the existing ICE configuration, and the vehicles would be placed on list if the manufacturer determines that chassis is not compatible with the body or configuration, or if the needed body type cannot be put on safely by an authorized installer. This means that all bodies that serve the primary function would need to be considered regardless of brand. Our thought process is that optional equipment or auxiliary equipment would not be used in grouping vehicles types unless equipment is critical to the core function of the vehicle. We need specific examples and need to identify what criteria can be used to make such a distinction. We can begin generating a list as soon as we identify the criteria to use. The process for adding and removing vehicles from the list would be to submit the following documentation to truckers at arb.ca.gov. Information that shows that the ICE vehicle chassis and configuration that is currently available. Documentation from vehicle chassis manufacturers that state that the available ZEV chassis not compatible with the needed configuration, or documentation from body installers that the body cannot be safely installed on the ZEV available chassis. The executive officers would add the vehicle to the list within 30 days of receiving the complete information. Vehicles will come off the list 6 months after they are commercially available as ZEVs. Before we open up discussion, we would once again, we welcome stakeholder comments, which can be submitted through our informal comment docket. The links are listed on the slides. And then on the next slide, Molly. You can also contact us through our program's email address at zevfleet@arb.ca.gov. Our next steps would be that the notice of the 45-day rulemaking package is expected to go out early September of this year and will be presented to the board in October. Once again, we want to thank everybody for attending this workshop, and we're going to go ahead and open it up to some questions.
Okay, so I'll go back to Frank here. She should be able to speak. So are you able to?
You tell me, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
That's fantastic. Thank you for going back to me. Sorry, I couldn't make it work the first time you called me. And I appreciate the today's session. As you mentioned, my name is Frank Harris. I am with the California Municipal Utilities Association. We represent both publicly owned electric utilities and public water and wastewater agencies, all of which use specialty vehicles in their fleets to provide those essential public services. I wanted to, there's so many things I'd like to ask about, and I realize we're limited on time. And so in that respect, we'll be reaching out offline as well as submitting additional written comments. But there are two things I wanted to ask about. One is the emergency response exemption and the idea that because there are sufficient vehicles, or the consideration that because there are sufficient vehicles in class 2 and 3, that the emergency response exemption is not available for class 2 and 3 vehicles. I'm concerned about this because one of the comments that was made earlier referenced public fueling available for them, and many of my members use these vehicles and other class vehicles to engage in emergency service restoration in very remote areas where getting in and out of these areas during an extended storm is very difficult and candidly can be a dangerous process. And so in terms of balancing the your concern about administrative burden and having to deal with so many exemption requests against the legitimate need for an exemption request, I'd like you to reconsider opening up the emergency response exemption to these classes of vehicles. Indeed, if there are there's ready charging available, and if the vehicles are available to provide energy for the extended time period that many of my members need, then you wouldn't anticipate receiving many, if any, exemption requests. But if they're needed, this is something that should be there in the regulation. Now, I'll follow up very quickly. One of the things that my members would like to know is whether or not it would be of benefit to have CARB staff or leadership come do site visits in some of the maintenance areas and some of the response areas where their vehicles are deployed. I have a number of members who are willing to host those types of visits at a time that's convenient for CARB staff or leadership. And so I'd like you to consider this. I'll reach out offline to arrange these types of visits, these types of meetings. I think it could just be really beneficial for staff and leadership at CARB to actually see where these vehicles are deployed during emergency response, to truly understand the burden that's placed on these fleet vehicles. I'll stop now and thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Frank, and thank you for the offer.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, next we have Mike Tunnell. Mike, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute, give your name, affiliation, then begin.
Yep, thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Mike Tunnell, American Trucking Associations. Slide 28, going back to the daily usage exemption. Tony, we touched on this earlier. We spoke last session about this 10% fleet requirement. It just, I think you talked about it earlier today, the sense of demonstrating that these won't work in your fleet. There's many uniform fleets that have the same type of vehicles that do the same thing, and they can't do 10% of their fleet to get this exemption. So I really think that needs to be modified somehow. I understand you want them to, get into the game in some respect, but if the vehicle is not up to the task, then there's no sense in running out and buying a bunch of electric vehicles. So that's one thing. And I think what's new on this slide is this mileage category. And as you get into 250 and 500, the other component is the weight of these vehicles. So if you're using the commercially available technology of today, getting to these mileage range, you're going to have to eliminate some of your load. And then we're getting into a non-one-for-one replacement. And that's a bigger question in all this. Are you looking at forcing fleets to purchase multiple vehicles to do the same job that they're doing today? And I would hope the answer is no, that you're not looking at that. And finally, what is mileage? You define a mileage range. It all depends on what you're doing, what you're hauling, what ancillary services you're using. So that's just, this exemption is a big deal and it really needs to be thought through better. I've got a couple more, just real quick. I'll just run through two more. The ZEV unavailability exemption doesn't apply to tractors. You say there are tractors available. They may not be up for the job, but we're not even eligible for the exemption. And I think just in case, it should be open to tractors. You indicate that there's a sleeper available, an over-the-road sleeper in your slide today. That's news to me. I don't know what your model you're looking at. I'm not aware of it. So that may be something. And my very last point, and I'll be quiet after this, is all these exemptions need to apply to drayage as well.
Okay. Well, I'll take the last one first. So drayage is, ultimately being led by a different team. So, we can take back your comment, but it also is also a more unique situation in terms of I know there's a variety of different trucks that currently serve the ports, but there's the ones that are frequently entering and going to the ports and generally operating locally. And as you probably are aware, I forgot the number, but I think more than 1,000 drayage trucks have already, zero-emission ones have already been purchased and to be deployed in this next year here with the supporting infrastructure to operate them. And they're obviously fairly homogeneous because we're talking about over-the-road tractors for the most part. you made a comment that tractors should be, ZEV availability should be applied to tractors. But what I need is kind of the why, since there are multiple, because I'm presuming you're talking about over the road configurations. And on a point of clarification, our approach is first to identify, okay, does the vehicle exist in a zero emission configuration that ultimately you can purchase like you do your combustion vehicles? And if it is, then that's where the question about, is it suitable for your operation based on your usage? And if it's simply not available, then we don't even have to ask the usage question, because at that point, the rule allows you to go ahead and buy internal combustion engine. So my question to you, and you could either answer it now or later, is what types of tractors and how are they different than what can be placed in service right now based on what's available from multiple manufacturers?
Well, I mean, the most obvious is the over the road category, and the range is not available.
Okay. But it's a range issue more than does the vehicle exist?
Well, I mean, I guess that's the question is, if the vehicle, if there's nothing that meets my duty cycle, does that vehicle exist?
Yeah, no, and again, I'm saying is our approach is when you're talking about the duty cycle, that's going to be very fleet specific. So I can't necessarily put on the list and say, okay, Mike has the exemption because of his duty cycle and somebody else doesn't for the same vehicle and so on. But it's very straightforward for us to, and the idea was to streamline what's available. And so the idea was to say, okay, can I buy a vehicle in this configuration or buy a chassis and configure it as I need it? If you can, then we don't need to list it. But if you can't, we would put it on the list, and then you could go ahead and just buy combustion vehicles, depending on how you're complying with the rule, without having to go through an application process, because we've already identified it.
I mean, I guess that brings up this whole question of, so you're going on a case-by-case basis versus there's no 400-mile vehicle right now, but my operation's over 400 miles. So I've got to do it case by case when that there's no vehicle available. So, I just don't understand why you're going to want everybody to go through this when you know the answer.
No, but I don't. I mean, because right now you're saying I somehow know that the fleet you're referring to does pick a number, 500 miles a day, versus another fleet that's doing less than 200. And again, if you look at we don't have to go back to the slide, but you look at the data we received from ultimately the affected fleets, we're seeing that day cab tractors are, most of them, around 60% are below 200 miles a day. And we asked that question outright, is how many miles do you do a day on a daily basis? And asked it that way. It wasn't an average of a year, it was a daily question. So a high proportion of the day cabs anyway are ultimately operating relatively locally. And that's what we're relying on for that. And so I'm not discounting that there are going to be fleets that do long haul exclusively or that do long distances that are still California fleets. But then that becomes a very fleet specific item and not the vast majority per se.
Well, I would just say you should look at that exemption in respect to what you're saying is availability. We're viewing this through two different lenses, I would say.
Yeah, but I do want to make sure people understand that right now we're saying, can I buy it? Whether it fits your application whether its duty cycle fits is a bit of a different question that's very fleet specific. Whereas whether you can buy a tractor with a 6x2 or whatever, that's very straightforward for everybody that needs one.
So what is the sleeper cab that's available today?
I don't know, Steph, if you could help me out, but my understanding was that I thought that the Nikola ZEV is available both in day cab and sleeper configuration, or it's a sleeper configuration.
Yeah, I believe it was the Nikola, but I'll double check.
Yeah, and again, sure. And if there's any, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, it's let's establish the criteria. I think the comment about being transparent, I think that's the point. We would put, here's the information on the list, but as we kind of indicated, one of the most straightforward ways is if the manufacturer says, look, this vehicle isn't rated for whatever, for construction use, so it's not considered available, that's kind of a no-brainer for that one. If we can find from body installers that, hey, we can't do these because of whatever the reason is, it doesn't work, then, and you can't get the type of body that you need, that would be a reason too. Those are relatively straightforward. So, okay, let's go on to, so Mike, I mean, maybe we follow up a little bit more later, but that's at least our thought process right now. So,
right. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we have Sarah Deslauriers. I've given you permission to speak, and apologies for mispronouncing your last name. If you give your name, affiliation, begin.
Excellent. Thank you. Hello. Yes, my name is Sarah Deslauriers, and I'm serve as the Climate Change Program Manager for California Association of Sanitation Agencies. As you know, we represent over 90% of the sewered population across the state and performing critical and essential public services of cleaning wastewater. Our aim is to protect, of course, the public health and environment, while we also do advance community resilience by recovery of renewable resources, one being renewable non-fossil fuel biogas, which I'll get back to. So we continue to fully support the state in achieving carbon neutrality by 2045 with the various programs, including this one, but we must still maintain these services to protect human life and address environmental justice. So even with the exemptions and extensions summarized today, there's still very unique issues that a number of different folks have already mentioned facing essential public service providers, and we must maintain our wastewater treatment plant operations at all times in the context of that heavy duty vehicle that is needed for the critical public safety responses. So some of those exemptions on availability, emergency declaration requirements are still posing some challenges for us. But as you know, we also have this other pillar program for achieving carbon neutrality, the successful implementation of Senate Bill 1383 to reduce short-lived climate pollutants, methane being one of them. And it requires that the state maximize use of existing anaerobic digestion at public wastewater treatment plants located in all regions. So anaerobic digestion, as you know, produces that renewable non-fossil fuel biogas. We have no single use that is sufficient for all biogas that is produced today or that will be produced in the future with Senate Bill 1383 implementation. Which could result in about a 2,000 plus increase percent of biogas productions. But we can't use it since there are limitations, or it looks like in terms of how the programs are written right now, there are limitations on each. The proposed regulation prohibits the use of renewable non-fossil fuel biogas that we produce as transportation fuel, since it is not included in that near zero emission vehicle, electric vehicle definition. However, we've noted utilizing biogas fueled heavy duty trucks is one of the fastest and most effective ways to reduce NOx emissions in these disadvantaged communities, while we reliably maintain our essential public services without adding the greenhouse gas emissions and remaining in compliance with federally mandated timelines for NOx reductions for the protection of public health. So it's getting back to the staff's reference to feasibility while remaining consistent with federal and state laws. So I've just got a request here, but municipalities or wastewater treatment plants will continue to produce this renewable biogas as we all flush our toilets, everyone on this line online today, and as the natural part of a wastewater treatment plant's process. So it will have to be wasted in the absence of alternatives, in turn reducing wastewater treatment plant or essential public service resilience. So we want to ask and request that heavy duty vehicles that support essential public services that are vital to life and public environmental health to be exempt from this regulation. As you noted in your table, it's in different charts, it's a small percentage of overall vehicles in terms of what we require in those Class 8 heavy duty vehicles that support these services. It's to be determined yet whether there is an actual option for electric vehicle type of this for this type of vehicle that we need. And so with such a high value and with such a critical consequence, if we are not able to respond to these critical needs, you know, we'll be in a bad situation here. We really need to maintain our essential public services. So we appreciate the opportunity to comment today. We want to further have discussions with you about this. You will hear from our members individual members on specific issues, and we will submit informal and formal comments detailing this, but we really appreciate being able to express this and note that.
Okay, so I'll ask you for just a tiny bit of homework. If you could send us a quick email on the vehicles that you're saying would be defined as those essential public service vehicles. Because depending on who you, just to be, blunt, I suppose, depending on who you talk to, it could be every vehicle that's being used by a fleet in a wide range of operations. And it sounds like you're referring to something more narrow, possibly.
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess I might as well touch on the issue. You talked about using combustion because you can get more NOx reductions. I don't know how to get this across because this keeps coming back as an issue. I can say as an agency, we've agreed with that and put a whole rule in place that requires every engine sold in 2024 in California to be as clean or cleaner than what you're referring to as a low NOx engine now. So to me, without this rule, that's already going to happen. And the LCFS regulation is lowering the carbon intensity of transportation fuels. And that can be met with renewable gas, like you mentioned, renewable diesel, and other types of fuels. So that's also something that's kind of in our baseline. So we're not discounting that it's not valuable, it's that it's already accounted for. And when we go to electrification, we're actually going beyond those programs.
Except for the NZEV definition does not include the eligibility for that, right? Because you're going to electric, but we're not going to achieve the reductions that are required by the timelines federally mandated in the given
you're not understanding my
situation.
Point. The more combustion you do is just more of the same because we adopted a new rule to make it happen for all engines sold in California. So you can't go more than all combustion engines. The only thing you can get cleaner is to actually go to zero as opposed to lower. And ultimately
I guess to take a step back when we're looking at our planning documents, like we have adopted numerous regulations, like as Tony's mentioning, the heavy duty omnibus regulation that's cleaning up combustion engines, our heavy duty inspection and maintenance program that's making sure that diesel and combustion powered vehicles stay clean in operations. But even with those different regulations we still adopted, we still need to do more beyond that in order to hit the 2031 and 2037 attainment targets. So that's kind of what we're trying to do with ACF, create additional reductions beyond what we've already committed to in with our existing programs.
Got it. So I guess I didn't specify the engine that we were thinking of that would get its 90% reduction in NOx and not just achieve I think what was already in your plan. So we'll follow up with details.
Okay. But yeah, I want to make sure people do understand that. The omnibus standard lowers NOx by 90%. And ultimately combustion doesn't reduce GHG emissions unless you do something with the fuels, and that's what LCFS is doing. Okay, and then, all right. So, okay, let's just go ahead and go on to the next comment.
All right, next we have Steve Jepson. I've given you permission to speak, Steve, if you could give your name, affiliation, and begin.
Thank you. Hi, this is Steve Jepson, Executive Director for the Southern California Alliance of Publicly Owned Treatment Works, or SCAP. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'll be brief. In our description, SCAP represents 80 public water wastewater agencies in Southern California, serving 20 million people. We support the comments we just heard from Sarah Delorier with CASA, and support the comments that you'll hear from other SCAP and CASA member agencies. Also want to support and reiterate the comments from Bradley Northup with the City of Carlsbad and Frank Harris with CMUA. We're very concerned that the current advanced clean fleet regs will compromise our ability to carry out our mission, which is a legal requirement to maintain and execute emergency response on our wastewater systems that are essential for the protection of public health and the environment. There's been a little bit of discussion about some vehicles with PTOs, and early in the presentation, there was a slide with vertical bar graph highlighting that many vehicles drive less than 100 miles per day. The issue with that, and I remember when our members were responding to that survey, is there was a question about PTOs. For the vehicles that Sarah and others have mentioned that the wastewater folk use to maintain our 120,000 miles of sewers that are maintained daily in the state. It's 120,000 miles is halfway to the moon and back. There's only about 900 miles of coastline, or even less than that in California. It's a huge system that we have to maintain. And the power draw from the PTOs is much greater than the actual engine and the chassis. When we've done calculations of a typical Class 8 battery electric truck, the full power of our pumping and vacuum systems would deplete that battery in an hour, because it's simply not sufficient. So I'll move on, because others have touched on some of the areas that I want to touch on. But I want to reiterate what Sarah was talking about. But by not recognizing wastewater-derived biogas as a vehicle fuel that can assist with getting diesel trucks off the road quicker, CARB is delaying creating clean air for the public in all communities, including EJ communities. We have a source of gas that cannot be turned off from treating public waste that can be used and is already used in low emission engines that reduce NOx by 90%. So as you indicated, there are other regulations already requiring that reduction. But by embracing wastewater-derived biogas, we can get older trucks and diesel trucks off the road more quickly and still be able to service our mission. So I'll wrap up quickly so others can get a chance. We request that CARB provide an exemption for non-fossil wastewater-derived biogas in the Advanced Clean Fleet rule for our utility sector to use in protecting public health and the environment. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Mark. One comment, I actually want to address Sarah's comment earlier. The use of RNG couldn't go beyond transportation. And that is one of the things that the scoping plan's kind of laying out, is that, and one of the basic policy approaches that we have is, go zero emission everywhere feasible, and then the cleanest combustion everywhere else. And that applies also beyond transportation. And so again, if RNG wasn't used for transportation, our expectation would be it would be used for industrial, residential, or other uses. So it's not that it would go unused. It's just some of those particular categories, there aren't other ways to get reductions, for example. And then Mark, you mentioned the PTO use greater than energy battery draw. Can you either provide me anything in terms of what vehicle you're describing? And if you have the data on that, we would appreciate it.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve.
I'm sorry, and Paul, so one, obviously we're past our scheduled time, and we have 23 hands remaining. So Steve Poncelet is the last name on the list that has a hand up. So we'll just work through all of these comments, and then we'll pause there so we won't take new ones beyond that.
Okay, thanks. So next we have Patrick Griffin. I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute, give your name and affiliation, then begin.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. Sorry. I'm Patrick Griffith with the Orange County Sanitation Districts, or OCSAN. OCSAN provides wastewater services for roughly 2.6 million people and operates 2 wastewater treatment resource recovery facilities. These facilities serve a unique role managing community-sourced organic waste by providing essential wastewater treatment services vital to public health. OCSAN sustainably converts organic solids into renewable, non-fossil, low carbon intensity biogas. And I just want to mention I support the comments from Sarah and Steve and other commenters as well that testified earlier. And I'll reiterate, as long as people need to flush, our facilities will forever be making this carbon neutral biogas that must be managed, can't be turned off. And of course, you've heard that Senate Bill 1383 will divert more organic waste away from landfills, resulting in avoided greenhouse gas emissions while increasing gas production at our facilities. And by using this renewable carbon neutral byproduct of our operations, we are handing you greenhouse gas reductions on a silver platter while accelerating communities away from diesel. The infrastructure for that is well established to support a multitude of options with this fuel. And some of them are better than others, and we'll have other commenters who can speak to that later, perhaps. And a quick comment on electrical infrastructure. We did our own little estimate of the process from internal needs assessment, design, our board approval, construction, and final power delivery from our local provider. That's 3 to 5 years. So a 1-year infrastructure delay, in our view, is inadequate. And also, in alignment with CASA, we request that heavy-duty vehicles supporting essential public services like wastewater for emergency responses be exempt from this regulation. We also support CASA's comments today and ask staff to consider CASA's written detailed comments that they will submit August 5th. And with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, next we have Sean Edgar. Sean, I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your name, affiliation, begin.
Hey, Paul. Sean Edgar, Director of Clean Fleets. How's my volume doing?
Doing good.
Great. I'll just maybe take a quick me too on the CASA you heard from and others regarding the implementation of Senate Bill 1383. So specific to the waste haulers with whom our group has supported complying with every ARB regulation for the last 22 years. And I think the last speaker touched upon really if the board's goal is to get out of diesel, then promoting near-term emissions reductions with renewable natural gas is a home run. And I'll just tie that back into the daily usage and exemption process in just a second. But just to touch on Tony's issues, Tony, as many times as we've talked about renewable natural gas, I think you continue to be off base because you reference the omnibus low NOx standard as 2024, everything's going to be the same. I'll paraphrase what I heard from you. Yeah. And I think that is incorrect. You may be pointing toward a NOx standard that the engine manufacturers have not figured out how to meet to comply with omnibus in 2024 and 2027. However, we know that renewable natural gas, and depending on the source of the feedstock, you all, meaning board staff, have certified CI carbon intensity values that are carbon negative. And we know that the underpinnings, because you told us that the ACF, the thrust of the ACT and ACF is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And there is no single fuel available today better than renewable natural gas from high solids anaerobic digestion. And you know that because you all, board staff, have certified the CI values at carbon negative. You also know that you got a letter from the governor last Friday that directs the chair to transition away from diesel, which is what RNG does, and to also get short-lived climate pollutants as fast as you can. And RNG is a critical component of that. And then the last thing before I move back to the exemption process is just to let you know this conversation that somehow through the LCFS, we're already getting lower carbon fuels. I guess the constituency that I'm speaking for are family operators in the refuse and recycling business that have worked it out with the jurisdictions that they serve to pick up your organics bin and do something other than throw it in the landfill. And more what you see is family operators that have walked into a bank and borrowed and bonded tens of millions of dollars for the anaerobic digestion side of the equation, or they've partnered up with the PODW who's already doing that kind of process to give them the organics out of the renewable, out of the waste fraction, the organics fraction of the waste, and then to build the infrastructure and the trucks to be able to put that in a low NOx engine today. And this isn't futuristic, and this isn't something that is going to take the increments of 5, 10, 15, 20 years for the battery electric trucks to develop. This is something that is already happening now. And so the key point, just before I close out, is going to be the lower carbon fuels that are coming today are as a result of local jurisdictions making key investments with their waste haulers to deliver the cleanest truck that can be bought and operated on the roads in California today. And it knocks the ball out of the park when it comes to greenhouse gas reductions. And I think this talking past each other about somehow we're already getting the same NOx emissions in the future that the engine manufacturers haven't figured out how to make that engine is really a weak argument. The fact is, the more RNG today, the more short-lived climate pollutant reductions today. You heard from other speakers that reducing carbon and low NOx emissions in communities of color is what this program I'm talking to you all about. So I'll just reserve 30 seconds to tell you that if the staff thought process, I didn't hear the answer to Mike Tunnell's question about one-to-one replacement. So in our past conversations over the last several years, staff has indicated that it is not their intention to do anything that would be a lack of a one-to-one replacement. So I'll just let you know, in the refuse sector, which I'm concentrating these comments are, I really don't care what BYD or folks that are startups claim that their truck can do. In the refuse industry, it's a function of what the payload or carrying capacity of the vehicle is. It's a function of how many lifts it can do during the day, because it's your little can that you roll out to the curb for us to pick up. So it's a question of how many lifts can that truck do and how many hours can the truck work in order to get reliably to your house to pick up your organics to keep it out of the landfill. And those are the key parameters. And we should not be in a position where it's industry's obligation to disprove your reality that somebody told you the truck can do 1,200 lifts every day. So I'll have more pointed comments for you, but this concept of highest rated miles and all this ZEV performance data and all the stuff that you got on slide 30, you're stacking it up so you put the fleet owner who is least capable of compiling all this information to dispute your rosy projections, and you're disallowing us to do the things that we already know how to do. Make more renewable natural gas, pick up your organics, comply with 1383, provide you reliable service, a truck we know how to buy. 532 infrastructure points are already built. You know that because of your LAR survey. So you know we have infrastructure, you know we have the know-how, you know we can deliver low NOx and low GHG trucks, but all we're asking you for is just to get out of our way and allow us to continue to do the stuff that we know how to do well. Because at the end of the day, you're our customer, you're the person that rolls your little organics cart out, and you not only expect, you demand that container get taken away and something done environmentally beneficial. So you feel my passion, but what I need you to do is, it's great that we have these opportunities to talk from time to time, but how about taking the commentary out of these workshop phase and actually putting it into something that's tangible, instead of this, let's keep the balls in the air and keep on talking about it, because you heard from your board. You heard at least 3 board members tell you, what do we need to do to make inroads in the renewable natural gas and the sanitation sector, and they need some sort of a transition plan. So I'll just get off my soapbox. Thank you for the time, but I'm hoping we have one of these on the calendar every 2 weeks until we get to some sort of conclusion on how the viable technical information that the board's going to get to just allow beautiful, successful transportation projects to happen, and just this rule not being a barrier to the progress we're already making. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. In many respects, we don't actually disagree. I think it's the time frame that we're looking at, because we're talking about this rule starting in 2024. And so that is our baseline as to what else is happening in 2024, which is different than what's happening today. I'll leave it at that. So we'll go ahead to the next comment.
Okay. Next we have David Rothbard. David, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm David Rothbard. I work for the Los Angeles County Sanitation District, and I'm also the Air Quality Committee Chair for SCAP. The sanitation districts serve about 5.5 million people in Los Angeles County and treat about 400 million gallons of wastewater every day, which is enough wastewater to fill the Rose Bowl nearly 5 times a day. As a result of processing society's waste, we generate about 67 megawatts of green electricity. The sanitation districts support electrifying heavy-duty vehicles whenever they're feasible. In fact, we've ordered 5 of these vehicles to assess their functionality. Thus far, none of the trucks have been delivered, and we're already having problems resolving various infrastructure-related issues. My point is that essential public services need reliable options, and we need to find a home for our non-fossil fuel wastewater-derived biogas. We've been told, as suggested earlier, simply put our biogas in the natural gas pipeline. But we've been expressing this option doesn't work for most facilities. There are very specific restrictions to that. Not everyone's close to a pipeline. We've been told hydrogen's the answer. That's kind of experimental for biogas. We really do need your help in finding a home for this biogas. We're not really feeling that that's been discussed and found a home yet. And there's a lot of different issues, especially in South Coast, where most of my members at SCAP live and where my facilities are, that on-site combustion is being limited due to Clean Air Act ozone attainment limitations. I do want to remind CARB that there's deadlines in 2023 that we're missing intentionally. That's a problem. We really can't do that. We need to clean the air up as quickly as possible. And we need to have some pathway forward to reduce ozone, get diesel trucks off the road, and to reduce greenhouse gases. Due to these problems, all as a whole, we really need an exemption for non-fossil fuel wastewater-derived biogas vehicles in this regulation for like Cummins, Westport, low NOx engines. That's what we're specifically asking for. But if you take this type of specific use and you look at it as far as a life cycle basis for greenhouse gases, this is cleaner than what you'd have for an electric vehicle. If you look at the life cycle basis, it is cleaner, and it really does clean the environment quicker. We really want your help in doing this. We're all on the same page with what you want to do, but this is something we really do need a narrow exemption for. And I appreciate your feedback on this and working with us moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Mark Blair. Mark, I'm giving you permission to speak. If you could give your name, affiliation, and begin. It shows you're muted on your end, Mark. Okay, we'll come back to you. Next we have Chris Shimoda. So Chris, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute, give your name, affiliation, and begin.
Hey guys, Chris Shimoda, California Trucking Association. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to bring up two specific issues. So just wanted to raise that there seems to be a gap between the delivery delay provision and the truck unavailability provision. And we've obviously learned a lot with this past 2 years of reduced availability of even diesel trucks due to the supply chain issues that the manufacturers are experiencing. And so I just wanted to raise the fact that even though you're indicating this wide availability of these nascent, battery electric or fuel cell vehicles, the provision for delivery delay actually requires a purchase order, which, as we're finding again this year, if the manufacturer does not have adequate build slots, purchase orders are not being generated. And so the experience of, especially, I think this is going to happen even with the major OEMs for specialty vehicle types, to say nothing of the startups, is you're probably going to have limited availability just from a total vehicle slots standpoint, that is going to prevent purchase orders from actually being generated, which would be required for the delivery delay provision. So just want to point out that gap between those two. You probably need to make some concessions for the fact that you're not actually going to be able to get a purchase order in a lot of cases. And then also, just really quickly wanted to raise a question on this, the changes of the daily mileage exemption. Don't understand why class 2B through 3 vehicles are being excluded if they otherwise meet the criteria for the exemption. But even, with the 14,000 and above, you may want to clarify whether or not these daily mileage exemptions are being processed by the statewide fleet or by the depot, I think it gets a little bit confusing with the way that at least it's being presented today. If you have a vehicle from a rural, let's say a rural package delivery location, which has much longer lengths of haul, but you are calculating your daily mileage exemptions based on your statewide fleet, which may include a lot of urban delivery vehicles with much shorter lengths of haul. I think that the way that this works is essentially that vehicle which is ready to be replaced at that rural depot would not be able to be replaced on a one-for-one basis with a vehicle that could do the mileage, because you're basically being assessed on the rest of your fleet, which may operate within a much tighter mileage radius. And so that's something that staff may want to think about. Clearly a lot more comments on the rule, but I'll just leave it at that for right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, just checking, has Mark Blair figured? Are you able to unmute yourself? All right. Next is Elizabeth De Jong. I've given you permission to speak. Elizabeth, if you could unmute yourself, give your affiliation and begin.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth DeYoung, and I am speaking today on behalf of the Southern California Public Power Authority, or SCAPA, whose members include Anaheim, Azusa, Banning, Burbank, Cerritos, Colton, Glendale, Los Angeles, Pasadena, Riverside, and Vernon, and the Imperial Irrigation District. So we thank you for holding this work group and for the opportunity to provide comment today. SCAPA, along with NCPA and CMUA, submitted a joint comment letter to CARB, as you know, regarding this draft rule on June 16th. Since we represent public entities, we want to stress the importance of responsibly spending public dollars. POU's budgets are subject to City Council or board approval, and then costs are passed through to the local ratepayers. Many POUs have less purchasing power and are subject to highly scrutinized budgeting and procurement processes that can make ZEV purchases at significantly higher costs especially challenging. For this reason, we ask for reasonable public procurement requirements, meaning that our members need to know when they can buy these vehicles so it can be budgeted for in advance. We ask for emergency response provisions in relation to the mutual aid slides that you showed today to reflect the needs of POUs where 24/7 operations are necessary and refueling is required for quick and effective response to emergencies, often taking place in remote and challenging terrain. We would like to further understand how CARB staff intends to address refueling needs as it pertains to emergency response. So while we understand that the draft rule is fairly developed by CARB staff, we ask that you remain committed to making further changes addressing the needs of POUs. We would welcome any opportunity to speak further with CARB staff as you continue to develop the ACF rule. And with that, I will turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I would appreciate a follow-up from you if you could provide a little more information as to the comment about remote and 24/7 operations. I mean, roughly how many vehicles are we talking about in a given fleet? How often does that occur?
Happily, I will follow up.
Because what we're trying to do is kind of ultimately separate the, if I'm just picking a random number, if 20% of the vehicles are going to be on-call 24/7 operation and the rest aren't, then that's a very different situation than if 90% of them are 24/7 operation at any given time. So
thank you.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I will follow up with you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. Next, we have Jessica Cleaver. Jessica, I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your affiliation and begin.
Hi there. Thank you so much. I'm Jessica Cleaver, Water Resources Specialist for San Diego County Water Authority, and we're a wholesale water supply agency that serves 24-member agencies that provide water to over 3 million residents in San Diego County. So I appreciate CARB's work to incorporate stakeholder feedback into the draft rule, but we still have some additional comments, and we'll be sending a comment letter that'll be a little more thorough, but I'll keep this as brief as possible. So first, a very brief comment on the infrastructure construction delay. I just wanted to say, excuse me, now I'm losing my voice, that we did reach out to our local utility or energy provider, and they estimated that our permitting process for a project like that would take about 18 to 24 months. So we do ask that for the 1-year delay be changed to something along the lines of an extension of up to 12 months after the completion of a permitting process, since that's so much longer than I think is maybe being considered currently. Also, regarding the commercial availability, most utilities need vehicles that have special needs and requirements like power takeoff dump beds, inverters, lift gates, etc. They need to be able to idle for an extended period, be fast charging with substantial range, and be able to charge during grid outages and public safety power shutoff events, which can last for several days. So in the recent months, we've spoken with many of the traditional suppliers of public fleet vehicles, and all of them have indicated they're currently not focusing on the specialized vocational vehicles that public fleets like water agencies need, such as dump trucks, welding trucks, valve trucks, and water trucks, and vacuum trucks. Instead, right now, they're focusing more on refuse and last mile package delivery vehicles, and they don't anticipate starting the research on vocational vehicles for another 2 to 3 years, and don't expect for those to be available for purchase for at least another 5 years. We did speak with one vendor that is testing prototypes, and they said that they currently don't have the capacity to mass produce. This is Zeus Electric. But if all goes well, they do hope to secure a facility and produce about 600 units in 2023. But the standardized regulatory impact assessment that released back in May estimated that vehicles in the class 2B to 8 range in the state number about 1.9 million, and of those 128,000 are public fleets. So with such a high number of vehicles that would fall under the rule and so few, if any, technologically available options, it's going to be really difficult for water and wastewater utilities to meet the rule without a carefully considered exemption compliance pathway. So two quick things that we ask for are we support the definition of commercial availability that was made by Association of California Water Agencies in their June 23rd comment letter. And also a request that if a vehicle is necessary for water or wastewater system operations and it's available as an internal combustion vehicle that can be delivered to an agency in an expeditious time frame, an exemption allow for that purchase instead of postponing the ZEV delivery, as not having those critical vehicles in our fleets will impact our ability to maintain the public water supply and to respond to emergencies. Thank you so much for staying on the line long today and accepting these comments, and thanks so much for the opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. And next we have Bob Shepard. So Bob, I've given you permission to speak. If you give your name, affiliation, and begin.
Hi, Bob Shepard with Quinn. Similar to what Chris Shimoda had mentioned, the daily use, less than 14K, that needs to be removed. And everything from 8,500 pound and above needs to be allowed in that daily provision. I'll explain that in a second. The same thing with your ZEV list. All of that needs to go down to this, whatever this regulation is covering, everything over 8,500 pounds. We have fleet vehicles that are equipped with PTO, that are equipped with specialty equipment, cranes, air compressors, welders, et cetera, that run off PTO off of these vehicles. And they're Ford F-250s, 350s, which fall under that 14,000 classification. So these vehicles travel many, many miles. Today it might travel 20 miles. Tomorrow it's going to travel, round trip 400 miles. So you need to allow all the vehicles that you're covering under this regulation to be able to have these allowances in the daily use and the ZEV qualifications. Also mentioned there was something about the day cab in your list, but there was nothing listing there with day cab with PTO on your list of the ZEVs. That is very important in the industry where you have heavy construction that is running trailers that use hydraulics, lowboys. So this water trucks, same thing. I noticed you had an N for PTO next to that. These water trucks have PTO that run the water meter. So yeah, we asked that those other things be added in there to be able to figure out whether or not something is available or not. But again, the daily use needs to go down to 8,500 pounds, equivalent to the regulation. This daily use and ZEV.
Okay, so Bob, just to take away there, I mean, the PTO, whether it has PTO or not, is a fairly straightforward distinction between one truck and another. So you're saying at minimum we should use that as a check on whether the trucks that are out there can be or are equipped with PTO. And I know there's a range of PTO type systems and their function, but that part's pretty straightforward.
But what about the daily use provision, et cetera? Again, it needs to be dropped back down to the 85. There shouldn't be any exclusion from these vehicles being able to request that type of an exemption based upon the daily driven requirement. Again, you understand our business as we explained to you in a separate meeting that we're out there servicing heavy equipment. We go out many miles with all of this equipment. We're out there, heavy construction equipment, ag construction equipment, generators, emergency services. You know, we're servicing generators and things like that out here at the wastewater treatment plant that was described at all of these various locations. And we could be driving many miles just to get there. If somebody from our City of Industry location can't, or Oxnard location can't handle somebody in Ventura, we're sending somebody out from our City of Industry location or our Riverside location to be able to manage that. So day to day, there's a lot of variability. Please drop it down and allow the exemption all the way down to 8,500 pounds. Same thing with the ZEV.
Okay. All right. So Bob, I'll try to look at some of the fleet information specifically to see what we have reported before, and then we'll see if we follow up with you on any questions we might have.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Next, we have Lucia Diaz. Lucia, I've given you permission to speak. If you unmute yourself, give your name, affiliation, begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Sorry. Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Lucia Diaz, and I am the Manager of Facilities and Water System Programs at the Inland Empire Utilities Agency, also known as IUA. We are a public wastewater treatment agency wholesale distributor of imported water and serves approximately 875,000 people over 242 square miles in Western San Bernardino County. And as an agency, IUA has invested heavily in environment, including early investments in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and wastewater recycling. So wastewater utilities like IUA provide an essential public service. And in order to protect the public and the environment, IUA operates 24/7, including emergency response. Through our mutual aid agreements, IUA is on call not just to serve our region, but our neighbors as well. As a regional agency, IUA maintains a system of large diameter pipelines and pump stations. So when they get clogged, damaged, or need servicing, we must respond immediately with heavy duty vehicles like vacuum trucks to excavate sludge and clean the pipes to mitigate sewer overflows. Unlike our light duty fleet, which we have already begun the transition to zero emission vehicles, our heavy duty fleet must be available at all hours of the day for extended periods of time. Otherwise, we risk endangering public health and the environment. Having zero emissions or near zero emission trucks on the market is not enough. They must also provide the levels of reliability, response time, and suction that we receive from our current models. Additionally, state mandated vehicle weight limits and the potential of inability to operate during extended outages, vehicle downtime while charging for prolonged periods, and the limited runtime per charge all pose a reliability concern when transitioning to zero and near zero emission vehicles. IOA is supportive of the CARB's goal to reach carbon neutrality, but as an essential public service, we can't risk our ability to respond quickly and to protect the integrity of our system operations. That is why we respectfully request that medium and heavy duty vehicles that support essential public service and public health be exempt from this regulation until like for like zero or near zero emission vehicles are not just available, but provide reliability and meeting our emergency response needs, which are not limited to declared emergencies as stated in previous slides. IOA supports comments made by CASA and the other wastewater agency representatives today, and we ask that these comments be considered by the CARB staff. And I just would like to thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Okay, just moving on to the next speaker, Nick Blair. I've given you permission to speak, Nick. If you could give your affiliation begin.
Very good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Nick Blair, Association of California Water Agencies. Thank you for staying on for an additional hour. I'll keep my comments brief. Related to commercial availability, I wanted to reiterate Aqua's comments from our June 23rd comment letter on shifting the approach to maintain a ZEV commercially available list as opposed to an unavailability list. We think it would be a more efficient, straightforward way of noting what is available as opposed to putting the onus on fleets to prove what is unavailable. And to Jessica's point from San Diego County, a lot of vehicles that our members are looking at are a number of years out. And it's been said that a number of these models are not yet in development, are still in the research phase. And so we think that making the focus more about defining commercial availability and having a list of what is actually available would better enable fleets to tread and move confidently, knowing, okay, it's not on the list, therefore we know we can move forward with a comparable ICE vehicle if something is not available for what we actually need with our fleets. And to further that with other points that I did not yet write in the comment letter, I would encourage going down the pathway of a ZEV commercial availability list, that CARB monitor what is available and in what quantities it is available, with the understanding that you're going to have numerous fleets competing for that limited stock, as previous speakers have noted. Also thinking about a cost premium cap on the same note. If there's a limited stock, it's going to drive the price up, and a lot of these public agencies do not have a lot of funds to go above and beyond what they might otherwise pay for. And if there are not mechanisms in place for that, then it would be good to monitor the retail practices of the manufacturers that do have the available vehicles in stock. So I'll leave it at that, just to keep the conversation running. But I am curious if you will respond. Are you in understanding that having a commercially available list as opposed to unavailable might be a more straightforward path?
Well, the challenge with that is I probably have to list 1,000 different names that you call trucks, even though they might be built on the exact same chassis and installed exact same way. So if you're saying, if we were to list, hey, here's all the chassis that are available, certified for sale, and here's all the complete trucks, I think that would be manageable. But as we kind of touched on, an attenuator truck, I didn't know what that was a year ago. And basically, lack of a better interpretation, it's a flatbed truck with the protective barrier on the back, so for work on the freeway. So we would need to list attenuator, as well as every possible variation of any body that can be put on the back of the truck. And so that's where we're trying to kind of say, all right, for purposes, and ultimately, just to be clear too, for purposes of educating fleets, information sharing, all this stuff, we do agree that saying, hey, here's the information that you can use to ultimately electrify your fleet. And to the extent that we can do that, I think we would want to do that. And that's separate from the regulation. Because we do, broadly agree with that idea. But for purposes of the regulation, ultimately, what we're trying to do is say, hey, here are exceptions to the purchase requirement, whether it's public fleet or otherwise, because you can't buy them as zero emission vehicles in the configuration that you need. And so that's, what we're ultimately identifying are the exceptions. So hopefully that helps. I mean, if there's that's just my thought process is, yeah, you'd have to list every variation of different bodies, because even a service body, I mean, I use the term service body, but I know there's welder specific bodies, there are different kinds, and then I'd have to identify a veterinary truck as a different kind of body, even though it's still largely the same. How would we, identify all those lists? And if we went with chassis, then that would be much more straightforward. So I don't know if that helps.
Well, Tony, if I may, just in response, at least the way that I would envision it, if, just kind of in response to that, it would be, the onus would be on the different fleet operators to prove that the truck that they need is unavailable. So the same chore might be pursued. It's just that it would be on agencies that maybe don't have a lot of staff to do that, but at the same time still need to be able to pursue their procurement processes and act with confidence in knowing that if I can show that this vehicle is not available in the specs that I need, I'm not going to get dinged later on. So it's kind of that, back and forth there. And, I think at least from our view, operating from a availability list gives our folks more confidence of saying, okay, that's what is accepted as commercially available. We've gone through that list. We see that what we need is not on there, and thus we can proceed and still keep our essential public services online.
Okay, but the devil's in the details at the end of the day. So, because when you say it's not on the list, is it just because we missed a particular nuanced name that you have for a given truck, or is it because there is nothing that's actually compatible?
Well, yes, the latter would be the preferred, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. Well, we'll give us a thought. It's not obvious to me on how to exactly do that, other than to go by what's certified as an incomplete vehicle, for example, because the only issue becomes whether there's a conflict with putting the body on the vehicle, right? I mean, and so yeah. So, okay. Well. Yeah, if you have it, frankly, if you or anybody else has a way to say, hey, here's some criteria you could use to list everything possible that's available out there, then, if that works better, then fine.
Yeah, we'll check internally, see what we can use with, I guess, either certification information or what's available on our HFIP list, just different options.
Yeah, well, and to be devil's advocate, I guess, so the tractor category right there, you see, we kind of identified some differences that we thought might be worth noting. Dump construction would probably have PTO, and we put it as PTO. Maybe that's a separate distinction. If we went oversimplified and just said, hey, there's an electric tractor out there, all tractors are available, you can't buy any tractors other than electric ones, that might go too far in the other direction. So that's what we're trying to find the right balance. Okay.
Just go check. Mark Bear, looks like your mic's unmuted. Have you gotten that sorted out?
Yeah, Paul, can you hear me clearly now?
Yes.
Thank you. And really, I just wanted to echo a number of.
Oh, so give your affiliation.
I'm sorry, Mark Bear. I'm with Altec Industries Green Fleet, and wanted to, again, echo what we're hearing primarily from emergency response type applications. Our customers are cities, counties, utilities, power companies, forestry work, whether it's restorative after a storm, might not necessarily qualify as an emergency services designation, but it's something that the power companies and the municipalities do frequently. These tend to be vehicles that we work with aerial devices, bucket trucks, if you will. And customers have been buying EPTO systems for about 10 years from us. So the application isn't one that necessarily drives around all day, but it does tend to sit at a job site and roar at a high idle, wasting that 300 horsepower diesel engine to run a smaller kilowatt hour type system. So I do wonder if CARB would consider something along the lines of what was seen in 2010 and 2012 as we transitioned in California away from dirty diesels to the so-called 07 and 2010 diesel emissions packages taking care of particulate matter and then NOx diminishment, that an EPTO could qualify much as an EV, maybe 3 ICE EPTO trucks that don't drive around all day in their application would somehow count towards a fleet's attainment based on either its emission savings, the application, but in particular, this emergency response application that's not necessarily well suited for a limited range EV. Thank you.
I guess one just follow-up question. So when comparing a BEV versus an EPTO, I guess what's the why would a BEV not be able to handle something EPTO could have? Like based on most of our information, a BEV would have a lot larger battery compared to what most EPTOs have today. So it seems they should be able to handle most applications for these aerial trucks without issue. And we can follow up offline since time is.
Yeah, and real quickly, Paul, I would agree that many typical days work might, but that the emergency response scenario is very common within the application. And that is one where it's a 24, 36-hour outage. And that amount of energy in a limited medium duty application right now, where you can really get as much as 200 miles is not necessarily going to fit the application, especially when the job site energy is where most of the day is consumed, and how we can do that with a battery pack that fits that application.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have David Rensler. David, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your name, affiliation, and begin.
Good afternoon. David Rensler, City of Fairfield, and also chairman for the Municipal Equipment Maintenance Association in Northern California. I had a couple of items on slide 55. You show cabin chassis is available. You also show service utility truck is available, but in the class 2B through class 7 on slide 41, so a couple of items here. We've talked about this in other meetings. The typical utility service truck has an 8-foot, 9-foot bed with cabinets on the side that have drawers or shelves inside, and needs the room to put a sheet of plywood in between the wheel wells. It needs to be ergonomically safe for employees to get things out of the cabinets, as well as be able to get stuff in and out of the bed, and also off the material rack that are mounted to them. So the frame rails are not clean on slide 41. You look at any of those chassis, especially the Green Power on the lower, or the Envirotech or the BYD, those frame rails are not clean on the outside. So therefore the cabinets for the utility bed or the service bed have to be above that. And that ends up putting the drawers or shelves out of reach for most people, as well as the floor of the bed. And you move everything up, including the material rack. And then you have unsafe conditions for employees to be able to take, whether it's a pipe or wood or a ladder off the utility rack or the material rack on top. So we've talked about this. So I don't see a viable option for a service bed or utility bed using these chassis. And on slide 45, when we talk about class 8s with hydraulics, you show the Mac and the Mac LR and the Peterbilt that have hydraulic capabilities, or even the Lion there. Looking at those, I'm not sure that those are rated to go off of paved roads. So therefore, especially with the low cabs and the hanging over in the front of the wheel there, the approach angle. So I don't see those are suitable for most of our use in off pavement conditions.
So Dave, just to pause you there, but so those are, I mean, I'm trying to translate those into criteria that we can say, here's fairly straightforward criteria that we could apply and say, does it work, not work, right?
Yeah, so with, you know, the service beds and utility bodies on the class 2B through class 7, everybody has a ton of those. All the agencies, all of our member agencies in MEMA have a large portion of F250 through F450 utility beds.
Right.
Our risk managers are gonna, you know, have a problem with us having bodies built where those material racks are, so, you know, an extra 2 feet tall, as well as the cabinets.
Yeah, but but I think we'd be in agreement, right? If you said, hey, here's the basic body that I use as you've described, and we can identify, here's 1, 2, or 3 chassis that you could put it on without any modifications, then we would consider that available, and that would make sense, right? And
if there was one available.
Yeah, no, right. And if like you're saying, it's, hey, if the batteries are mounted on the side of the truck, exactly where the cabinets would be, and so the body obviously won't fit unless you move the batteries, then we would agree that that would not be considered available for that particular vehicle or that chassis. But right. What I need from you is just so you've kind of identified, I mean, so that to me is, that part I think is straightforward. The part that's a little less straightforward is you made a comment that, hey, these vehicles aren't going to be rated for off-road use. So that to me sounds like the manufacturer is not going to say it's rated for off-road use, and that would be pretty easy to make a distinction.
So the ones, the Mac and the Peterbilt and the Lion, those, I don't know if the manufacturer has rated them for off-pavement use. Yeah. However, just looking at those pictures.
No, I understood. Yeah. No, but David, what I'm trying to get at is if we are saying, hey, that should be a criteria for, let's just say, construction trucks or dump trucks or something like it, and the manufacturers, this has low clearance, it's going to present issues, whether it's safety or warranty issues, that they're not going to certify it for that application, then that's kind of almost a no-brainer. It's pretty easy to get that. And if we could say, all right, that vehicle is not going to be considered available for a dump truck application, is there any others that will? And if there are, we would say it's considered available. And if it's not, we would say it's not available, and we put it on the list.
Okay.
So, but that's kind of what we're looking for, is like, what are some of these criteria? Because again, with the whole comment earlier about, hey, transparency and everything else, it's like, well, we need clear criteria. And then it'll be straightforward to say, here's the criteria. Here's a pretty simple or straightforward way to make that determination without getting into, 50-page spec sheet or something like that, then, you know, that would obviously streamline the process for everybody's benefit.
And that would be good, especially on your slide 55 where you show it's available or not.
Mhm.
Maybe add a category of off highway or not.
Okay.
So you have service utility truck, it's available, but maybe another category would be service utility truck off-road.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, and ideally, from my perspective, I guess, or my opinion, is that if we can attach that to a body configuration to say, okay, dump truck needs to be an off-road vehicle. So if it's not considered off-road rated, then it's not considered available, done. And if it's something else, flatbed, then I guess, are there off-road rated flatbeds and on-road rated flatbeds, or are they really the same?
Utility trucks are, however, the service / utility trucks, dump trucks definitely are. We've been in talks with Kenworth about the 680E.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, they won't rate the suspension for off-road.
Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty easy one right there to say, okay, but so good. But that's the kind of thing. It's like, if we can identify things like that, the manufacturer says, yeah, I'm not going to cover that under warranty, it's not rated for it. That's pretty easy criteria to verify.
Okay. I did want to bring up, because this came up yesterday and again today in some talks with an OEM, order bank times. So the time that an OEM orders or opens an order bank where you can put your orders in and get a purchase order and officially put it on order,
Mhm.
which is what we need to do starting in January. Those are becoming increasingly smaller. And so, for example, my understanding is, and I understand this particular model of vehicle doesn't fall into this regulation, but it's a good example that the F-150 order bank opened July 18th and it closes August 17th. It's 30 days. So if you're going to buy a 23 model year F-150, you have to have your purchase order given to and officially on order with Ford within that 30 days. And sometimes we don't know when they're going to open the order banks. So I realize that doesn't fall into this category, but the 250, 350, 450, and 550 do fall into here. And we have a lot of those trucks, especially in the utility bed. And a lot of our members have those trucks. So if the OEMs are doing that, we may not have time to get approval from our boards or our councils or, and so procurement process from the time the order bank opens to the time it closes for us to get a purchase order to the dealer. And that's getting worse and worse. And it's not just Ford, it's Kenworth, and some of the other vendors that our members use. And then with that, OEMs have been canceling orders. So that's happened to our city multiple times by Kenworth and Ford, where we've got an order in, 3 months later, they call us up and tell us your order's been canceled. So now because the factory decides to cut off production early. So they might have said they were going to produce 5,000 units. And so they took 5,000 orders and purchase orders. And then the factory says, you know what, we better cut production back to 4,500. So cancel those 500 orders. That's happened to us multiple times in the last 12 months. So then they want you to reissue a PO for the next, they'll guarantee you a build slot for the next model year. And then you have to cancel that PO, reissue another PO at the higher price for the next model year. So what does that do if that's one of our electric vehicles that we plan to purchase as part of our 50%, and our order gets canceled, and now we have to reissue another PO, but it's going to be a different model year? How are we going to address that and still be in compliance?
Yeah, good question. I don't think we foresaw that one in anything we wrote so far.
So if there's I guess what I'm asking then, if
Yeah.
there's nothing in there because I didn't see anything, is there a way to give us an extension for that vehicle when it's not our fault?
Right.
If
that sounds consistent with the general principle. I mean, if it's beyond your control, it's beyond your control, and so we're trying to be responsive to those kinds of things. So again, we'll take it back and discuss, you know, how we address that potential situation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, David. Next we have Drew Delaney. Drew, I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your name, affiliation, and begin.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Drew Delaney. I'm with Associates Environmental. I have two kind of just comments on the regulation. This goes for the high priority fleets in the majority. So one is about the vehicle delivery delay. I think that the purchase order requirement of 1 year in advance is excessive. I think that it should be less than a year. And that's mainly because purchaser can go to a manufacturer or dealer and ask on December 31st, 20 of whatever year. And the dealer says, oh yeah, we'll have it, you know, our lead time is like 4 or 5 months now. And then the guy says, okay, I'm not going to put in a purchase order then because I'll get it next year. And then when it comes time to do their purchase order, maybe 2-3 months later, it's already out a year again. So I think that there's definitely an issue with being over 1 year. What the right number is, you guys asked that earlier. I think that maximally it should be 9 months, but for most people, I think 4 months is enough. And along those same lines, but this applies to all of the extensions and exemptions, I think that the process shouldn't necessarily be dedicated to the time period of annual reporting. Based on the way the truck and bus regulation has operated with its extensions and exemptions, I believe that, and the arduousness of these exemptions and extensions, I believe that you should offer more than a 1 month period, especially with that 30-day approval timeframe. I think that you should open up the reporting for extensions and exemptions 3 to 4 months prior to the February 1st deadline, so that fleets can get their information, their paperwork into the truckers group and approved prior to the compliance deadline, and then meet the February 1st reporting requirements. This would also aid in people that have to report for multiple fleets, and in doing so, fleets that don't use extensions or exemptions will have, you know, an easier time accessing trucker staff during the actual reporting period. That's my comments. Thank you guys for staying late today, and I hope that my comments are heard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Jameson Richard, apologies to mispronounce that. If you give your affiliation, begin.
Yeah, thank you. It's Jameson Reichert with PG&E. I'm one of the fleet buyers. The concern I have is, I mean, in the availability of vehicles, and you mentioned the vehicle classes, there's not much talk about payload. So the best example I can find is the pickup trucks. So even though there technically are class 3 pickup trucks available, because, you know, the Hummer goes into class 3 space, none of those pickups have a payload over 2,000 pounds. And, you know, half of the pickups we buy have 3,500 to 4,000 pounds of payload. So it's kind of hard for me to say that there's a pickup available for every situation in our fleet.
And do configure those as pickups or as like some kind of chassis when you say that?
I mean, we definitely, outside of the pickups, we definitely do have some cab chassis that we put service bodies. We're looking to transition to those guys to vans. But yeah, it's purely 3/4 ton F-250 pickup trucks, got material racks on them, diesel transfer tanks, things like that. Pure pickups.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the comment.
Mhm.
Next we have John Constantino. John, I've given you permission to speak. If you could give your name, affiliation, begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, John Costantino. I'm tracking this on behalf of a variety of clients, but my comments today are on behalf of CEB, the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, which represents a wide variety of folks. And appreciate the conversation, lots of interesting discussion. I want to step back a moment, and can you go to slide 57? And this is more of a process question. So who is submitting the email to truckers that says something's available? And how is it verified? And what public access do people have to know it's coming? So let me just stop there and ask that question. And then I have a couple others.
Sure. I mean, broadly, this is written that, I mean, one, we would create a list, but if a vehicle's not on the list, then presumably it'd be the fleet owner saying, hey, I need to buy a vehicle. It's not listed, but I can't get it. So here's what I need to buy. You didn't identify it, and here's why.
So I'm sorry, the fleet owner says, I've been looking for a certain type of vehicle and I can't find it. And so he sends a note in and you will add it to the list within 30 days. What if somebody else?
If they can provide this information saying, look, let's do the simplest case. It's like, hey, there's a Class A chassis out there, but I have whatever, an oil service rig truck or something, and nobody's going to put a chassis on it. Manufacturer says it's not rated for this type of use anyway. Here's what they gave me, and so I want it to be put on the list. That one would be pretty straightforward. In that example, if it's a body installer, then it's going to be a little bit different.
And so you're going to have all the fleets who need oil rig chassis doing the same work, submitting.
Well, no. I mean, if let's say we've said, okay, that's a good, we need to describe the vehicle to a degree, but it's like, all right, we recognize there isn't a vehicle configuration that will satisfy that particular, lack of a better term, body utilization. I'm sorry, that body. So we'll put it on the list, and then anybody who needs to buy that kind of vehicle can just buy it because it's on the list. Buy it as a combustion vehicle because it's on the list, as we described earlier. And then when you get the vehicle, you identify it as one purchased under the exemption, and that's pretty much the process. But we do need some information to figure out what gets put on the list and ultimately what gets pulled off the list.
And how is that? And thanks, Tony. How is that information verified? Is CARB staff going to track down the people that somebody called, or is everything going to be taken at face value? What if you have two applications in? One says that I should be available, one says I shouldn't be available. How are you going to deal with conflicting information?
The objective here is to establish the criteria as to how we make this distinction on where you draw the line on the vehicle configuration. Because again, as we kind of touched on, there's a lot of variables that you could identify there, and we're trying to say, hey, what's the primary purpose? What's the intended function of this vehicle? And so that presumably that situation would not occur. A conflicting situation would not occur, but I think there's always going to be a little bit of subjectivity in how you define what the vehicle's intended function is. I can give you an example. I'm kind of a little surprised to come up today, but when we've been asked, it's like, okay, I need a, I don't even know what the name is, but it's like a rail service truck. So the pickups or trucks that you have the rail wheels put on so they can drive on the tracks. So in some cases that's a pickup, sometimes it's a class 4 or 5 truck, sometimes it's a class 8 truck, but it could be any one of those. If you literally can't put the wheels on it to use it as you intended to use it or needed to use it, that seems like an appropriate distinction to make, but that is obviously very specific to rail companies, which presumably there's 2. But that potentially makes sense.
So you said criteria. Let's talk about that real quick. So I submit something saying I need 1.5 vehicles to satisfy my need. Is that an eligible criteria?
No, we're starting in the wrong place right there. First is, does the vehicle configuration even exist to purchase? If so, then we have a specific vehicle to look at. Then we're talking about, will its mileage usage meet the needs of a specific fleet, depending on what they're doing, right? Because a fleet A might have relatively high usage for whatever, delivering bread, and fleet B might also deliver bread, but they have relatively low usage. In that case, one would get an exemption and one wouldn't potentially. Because of the way they use their vehicle.
That's a mileage exemption, not an ZEV availability exemption.
Correct.
And nowhere is cost or durability a part of the criteria, or
No.
being on the ZEV availability list.
No, it's, can you buy that configuration to meet whatever the intended purpose is for the vehicle? We're trying to find that balance between keeping this as simple and straightforward as possible, while, effectively not generating loopholes for no particular reason, and also not being overly burdensome to make that determination.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a balancing act. It's a bit of a challenge.
So this matrix is approved by who at CARB? It sounds like a simple question, but does it go to the board? Does it go to the executive officer? Does it go to the division chief?
I mean, yeah, and per the regulation, it'll be the executive officer that makes the call. But again, ideally, the criteria is as clear as possible. And if it's, hey, the ZEV chassis manufacturer states that it's not compatible, and you have an email or a letter from them that says that, then that's the criteria. If the criteria is met, we're basically done.
And if you go to whatever slide the matrix was on,
yeah,
it says available 55. I'm sorry, I'll just go to 54, 55. Sure. It says available means it was delivered to a customer. How does volume and scale take into account? How does this take into account volume and scale?
To be clear, I'm sorry, the available is, it's available for order or has been delivered to the customer. So there are some on here that we identified that you can buy them, but they'll be delivered in whatever, 6 months or a year or something like that. But they're firm orders as opposed to a reservation.
So if the F-250 becomes available, but nowhere near the capacity that's needed for California fleet replacement numbers, how does that play out?
I mean, in short, it's, again, that's part of the, if you place an order for one and it's going to take 2 years to get it, it takes 2 years to get it under the delivery delay provision.
Okay.
So yeah, we're not, again, trying to keep it simple. Otherwise, it's like we're going to have to get into every manufacturer, every spec, and every fleet to make every decision. That's probably not going to work out too well.
Yeah, just to keep in mind, in the background, we do have the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation at the same time that is requiring the manufacturers to be building these vehicles in a growing amount. So that'll help ensure that the vehicles are becoming available. We do see that there's issues right now in this near-term market, but as the regulation comes online and more vehicles become available, we think it'll be more of a just short-term thing that phases out.
Yeah, the numbers you guys gave me when I asked showed that ACF is about 10x ACT, at least in the first couple years. So this is this is not an ACT issue as much as it is an ACF issue. But let me switch gears since we're running out of time here. Quick couple questions. The vehicle delay, infrastructure delay that talk about supporting docks, are those discretionary reviews by CARB, or they check the box ministerial reviews? I mean, I guess I'm asking, can I submit information and then get a response back that says we need more information, or we don't believe your information? Or is it, I mean, how do you envision those working?
Yeah, I mean, for lack of the better term, I mean, they would ultimately be check the box type items. Of course, if something looks fishy, we'll ask more questions, but ultimately we're going to base it on the criteria that's established in the regulation. And that's the whole idea with identifying the criteria as clearly as possible. And in principle, when you turn in the information, it's like, oh, I got this from the manufacturer, this from the utility or the contractor or whatever. I just need to submit this package and then I'll get the extension. So you should know that answer when you turn it in. It's not going to be a mystery unless there's something unusual, but that's the whole idea. That's the goal.
And so the criteria for ZEV availability, is it written already? Is it in the rulemaking package is it under review?
Well, we had some language before, and part of the purpose of the meeting today is, hey, if we can make that more straightforward, a little simpler, and frankly, you know, how do you make this distinction on all the different configurations that are either similar or substantially similar? It's kind of still an open question that I think we can make it better than what we had out there before. And so so that's kind of one of the reasons we're trying to have the meeting today. It's, are there anything that we previously had out there that misses the mark in certain respects, and are we drawing the line at the right place?
Yeah, and Tony, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just, is there a definition of commercially available, or where should I be looking for the entire list of criteria that you're going to review before something gets put on this matrix as green available? And is it all the above? Does it have to meet all the criteria on the list, or one of the criteria? Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
Can we go to that slide? I mean, that's what we're trying to convey here. Where can you guys find the slide? I forgot which number.
Which slide, Tony? Which one?
The description of what gets listed as available or not available. It's towards
okay.
60s, I'm pretty
I think it's, okay, hold on. No, that's before.
Keep going. No,
37, I believe.
Yeah, it's there.
No.
Is it this one?
No, it's towards the end, because at the beginning we just said buy the vehicle, report it, and that's what happens when it's on the list. How do you get it on the list was at the end, because
so that's 56 or 57.
Yeah, it's it's close to 60.
Okay.
I think it's 56.
There we go.
I only know how to go one by one. Sorry. This one? We were just there.
Well, 56, I think.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. So basically, the third bullet is you're looking at the vehicle. So let's say it's a class 5 truck and say, okay, I'm looking at class 5 and 6. What are the chassis that are available? Any chassis that is available, then does the manufacturer say it's not compatible? Again, possibly because it's off-road use instead of on-road or something along those lines. Or that the body installers for that particular chassis identify that it can't be put on safely for whatever the reason.
So you've really narrowed it down to that third bullet and the 2 sub bullets. That's
pretty much. And then if we go to the next slide, I mean, I don't know if it expands or anything, but that's kind of the idea. Again, trying to find what's simple. And so it's like, basically it's whether it's a signed statement or letter or something from the manufacturer or the body installer that identifies what those issues are. We think that's a relatively straightforward determination to make.
And is there any appeal process? If I submit something that says I think it's not available and you think it is.
Well,
How do we handle that?
Well, right now is the way we identify this is you're providing me something from a manufacturer or the body installer. It's not just your opinion. And it's not going to be just my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, and so again, the rub is going to be how do you identify the vehicle configuration or its primary purpose to then say, yeah, when we said water truck, I was thinking one that would spread water as opposed to one that would just transports water or something like that. And then there might be a key difference there. I think that's part of the challenge here, is figuring out what that purpose is, and then whether there's a conflict of some kind.
All right, I will wrap up and just highlight that SEEB submitted a 21-page comment letter about 6 weeks ago, and which lists in detail some of these other issues. So thanks, Tony.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Next we have Tom Swenson. Tom, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your name and affiliation.
Yeah, hi, Paul. Hey, Tony, it's Tom Swenson with Cummins. So one of the things, just to follow up on John's comments, it seems like maybe a base criteria ought to be that the vehicle, whatever the vehicle is, has completed the ZEP certification, since that provides certain performance and consumer protections. So it seems like that ought to be, sort of a bar that's got to be reached at a minimum. So you might think about that. The other thing I wanted to come back to is the useful life provision. And Tony, I didn't follow exactly what you were saying around. I think what you said was we'd start with the model year of the vehicle, and then when it got to about 12 years old, we'd switch over to the model year of the engine, and that's what would drive the useful life. Did I hear that?
Yeah. So sorry if I didn't describe that well. So useful life is based on the 800,000 mile threshold being exceeded, or 13 years to 18 years from the model year of the original engine. That's the way it's in statute. So we're basically saying we're using truck model year. We recognize that truck model year and engine year aren't identical. And so when the truck gets to effectively 12 years old, then you start reporting your odometer readings. And obviously if the truck exceeds the, and you report your engine information, which includes the engine family, which has the model year built in, then we would use that information to determine if the useful life has been exceeded. And that's particularly relevant for the high priority fleets that are using the model year schedule. It's really unimportant for fleets that are applying the milestone approach.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, dealing with fleets all the time, it used to be talking about engine family numbers, you'd sort of get a deer in the headlights look, and that, that ended probably a decade ago. People were very familiar with the engine model years. And so you might, just to reduce the confusion, you might just, stick with the engine. And then the other thing that I was sort of wondering about, and I think this is more prevalent relative to like vocational vehicles that have to go get a body put on them. You could have a late in the calendar year engine build, and then it gets installed in a chassis sometimes, say in the first quarter, and then it goes off to a bodybuilder, and it shows up with the fleet 12 to 16 to 18 months later, or the total from when you ordered it. And they've basically lost sort of on the order of a year of the useful life, and they haven't even used it at all. I don't know if there's a provision in the useful life. I mean, it seems to me the clock ought to start when it goes into service, not when the engine is built.
Right. Okay. Understood. But yeah, the current language does not do that. We aligned it almost exactly with the statute.
Yeah. Okay. No, fair enough. Okay. So that might be something to clarify, because I think the intent was 18 years or 800,000 miles of use, not, starting the clock.
Yeah.
So, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, so it looks like we have 4 speakers left: Veronica Pardo, Kayla Robinson, Joe Dallum, and Steve Poncelet. So Veronica, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute, give your name and affiliation, and begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Veronica Pardo again with the Resource Recovery Coalition of California. My comments are around the definition of commercial availability, which we believe strongly must have parameters that vehicles are available for sale in necessary quantities in the commercial marketplace and for the required duty cycle to meet expected performance needs. And I see you have identified side loaders, front loaders, rear loaders in your availability matrix. Again, if just because a truck may exist doesn't mean that it's commercially available and that can be purchased in the quantities necessary for these fleets to meet their regulatory expectations. So, when we consider payload and range in the current ZEV refuse market, we are conservatively estimating that 2 electric trucks are needed to replace 1 traditional refuse vehicle, especially for early adopters. And, this definition of commercial availability must consider how many manufacturers and vehicle units within a given vehicle type are available for purchase and delivery, as well as their performance capacity of those vehicles. And I know we're not addressing this today, but I really think that we need parameters in place for those fleets that are making a good faith effort. And I understand that these delays and exemptions and these lengthy processes are being discussed to, basically be put in place to protect fleets that are making a good faith effort to make this transition. But especially for our early adopters and in the beginning years, I really believe that CARB needs to have a very clear strategy for how to manage what are inevitable delays. Everything that we've discussed today. I mean, the laundry list of possibilities for why fleets may or may not be able to meet their regulatory obligation. So we'll be providing comments for this regulatory rulemaking as it stands, but just strongly encourage, the notion of a truck existing is not, in our opinion, equivalent to commercial availability when we look at, we need X amount of vehicles on the road at a given date. So those are my comments, and thank you for your time today.
Okay, so sorry, Veronica, so to determine the sufficient quantities, you have a concept there, and ultimately I would assume I'm going to go to the manufacturer and ask them what those quantities are.
Well, I have some projections here estimating if we're looking at 15,000 refuse vehicles operating in California, and if you're following the ZEV milestone phase-in as proposed, again, if you're simply doing 10% in that scenario, that would only be 150 vehicles delivered in 2027. But as our projections demonstrate that these vehicles will not meet the performance capacity, that number is doubled, right? And then obviously just with everything else that has been described, if you're making a good faith effort and your purchase agreement is your purchase order is put in, but then it's canceled, or you're dealing with the infrastructure delays. There's just so many different reasons why a fleet might be making a good faith effort but not able to meet, especially those beginning percentages and expectations. And so I'm unclear how ultimately these fleets will be enforced, and as it pertains to the refuse industry. Again, we're essential service providers. We have very important contracts, local agreements in order to collect this material for health and safety reasons. And so it's a very slippery slope if, for example, vehicles are not able to be registered at the DMV, or we're having to, not use certain vehicle types. At the end of the day, it's very similar comments as the wastewater treatment folks. We have to be able to get out on the road and perform this collection. And if all of these delays are existing, but again, this is just when a rubber meets the road kind of scenario. How are we going to balance a good faith effort for these fleets? And then in addition to, how are we going to balance this notion of what determines commercial availability? How many units, how many manufacturers and you know, the demonstration of that. I really feel like I don't have a clear proposal for each today regarding those initial years and those that, you know, as we're ramping up, but we need to have some flexibility, especially for the early adoption, so that we're not left with essentially fleets that can't perform necessary duties to protect health and safety of you know, Californians. So we'll be submitting comments to that effect, but as it's currently proposed, like, we don't believe that the refuse, you know, models that you're describing there are an accurate representation of ZEV availability in the refuse market right now. We're just, on matter of fact, as they're ordering, they cannot get these vehicles, right? And we're very quickly approaching the 2025, and I understand that we're looking at 2027 for refuse still, you know, for the early adoption and for really trying to make sure we're meeting that time frame. Basically, everyone's having to start now. So I think, yeah, we'll submit comments to that effect and believe that the commercial availability parameters need to be better defined and have some penetration of market, you know, understanding of certain, it can't be that one truck exists. That's just simply not how the world works. We need to be able to purchase these vehicles, have them available in addition to the infrastructure and everything else. But I'm repeating myself at this point. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Kayla Robinson. Kayla, giving you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your affiliation, begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Kayla Robinson. On behalf of CR&R Environmental Services, we're a waste hauler providing critical waste and recycling collection services to over 3 million residents and 25,000 businesses in Southern California. And just want to start by saying thank you to CARB staff for their work on this regulation, and really appreciate the continued dialogue with waste haulers, and, you know, echo a lot of the comments from Veronica that were just mentioned. But I also want to speak to some of the on the ground concerns we have with SB 1383 compliance. I know you've heard from folks earlier, but, you know, we do operate one of the largest anaerobic digestion facilities in North America, and we're, you know, looking to expand our facility. And we just have, you know, major concerns with the signals that we feel ACF is sending. And we, you know, appreciate the intent of a lot of the exemptions and delays that were discussed today, but they don't address our larger concern. We've invested nearly $100 million of private and also state dollars in helping cities comply with SB 1383 with our AD facility. And the cities that we contract with are really relying on us to use our gas and our vehicles to actually meet the procurement requirements in 1383. And those procurement requirements continue to exist. And, you know, we would really appreciate the opportunity to work collaboratively with staff, you know, across agencies, also from Cal Recycle, to actually harmonize ACF, the scoping plan, you know, our short-lived climate pollutant goals. I know you've heard many of these comments already today, but just in our eyes, the recent scoping plan really urged investments in AD facilities to meet our SB 1383 goals. And the legislature allocated $180 million to actually build more of these facilities. But right now, the way that ACF is drafted just feels like it really is removing one of the viable markets for our circular economy system. And, you know, it took decades to develop a market for RNG in vehicles. And we understand that electricity sector is, you know, the future market for this gas, but right now it's just not clear to us that market exists and that it will exist in the very near future. So look forward to working with you all, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for the comment, Kayla. Okay, next we have Joe Dallum. Joe, I've given you permission to speak. If you could unmute yourself, give your name and affiliation, begin.
Great. Thanks. This is Joe Dallum from Odyne. Odyne produces electric power takeoff systems and export power systems that use batteries to replace the need for diesel generators. First, I'd like to thank Tony and people at CARB for their efforts to work through these questions and issues related to ACF. I'd like to provide, you know, some brief comments and then followed by a question. My comment is regarding vocational vehicles and the electrification of equipment on trucks using electric power takeoff, called EPTO, and engine off export power, replacing the need for diesel generators. The technology, as actually Mark Baird talked about, has been out for quite a while for medium and heavy duty trucks. As an example, Odyne's been providing EPTO since 2009. We're currently expanding the number of EPTO applications and beginning to apply the same type of technology to fully electric work trucks. And our company supports efforts by CARB to expand the use of fully electric trucks. That being said, ZEVs aren't currently suitable for all applications, and EPTOs might be an alternative for trucks that need to operate equipment. Just a couple of comments on EPTOs. On ICE engines, funding from CARB in testing done by the DOE shows that electric car takeoffs on ICE powered trucks eliminate the highest polluting modes of ICE operation and are very beneficial when trucks spend most of their time idling. The test results show that NOx goes down by over 90% and GHGs by 50% when using an EPTO. And probably most importantly for many of these conversations, some EPTOs like Odine's EPTOs can operate when the grid charging is not available. We can use a hybrid mode using the ICE engine. And if you use that rapid charging of the truck engine, you can keep the engine off after you charge, and that provides an 80% lower greenhouse gas emissions and 90% lower NOx than running a conventional PTO, and that's testing by NREL. So the question is, with EPTOs been around and all the benefits, is there, if a ZEV is unavailable or the duty cycle doesn't match the fleet's requirements, could partial electrification be an alternative if the technology fits the application? And specifically with EPTOs, and the fleet's talking here about the need to operate if the grid is not available. In my view, there's a good technical solution there. Just wondering if you had any comments on that or could answer that question.
So Joe, in short, we don't have something in the proposal or the draft regulation at this time. Part of that reason is that there is obviously funding to help support some of the EPTO, and frankly, some of the past regulations achieve some emissions reductions associated with some of the fleets going to PTO or EPTO trucks. And that ultimately the goal here is to get electric drivetrains and ultimately to all zero is ultimately the primary objective. And then frankly, the EPTO part would be ultimately limited to a smaller number or types of vehicles as well. And nothing would prohibit a fleet from going to that if they got an exemption.
Okay, yep, I hear you. And we do support EPTO use on EVs. I guess the question is, there's so many fleets talking about, when they have to do mutual aid or the concept of this essential public services vehicle, that if ZEV doesn't work, should there be any kind of encouragement other than, check out an EPTO as an option? Some like Mark Baird talked about the possible use of credits, like a potential partial credit, which actually sounded like a good idea to me also. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can raise it up the flagpole again, but I think part of this is just ultimately trying to find where do you draw the line in terms of trying to keep things as straightforward as possible. We start doing more weighting mechanisms, which we chose to avoid in doing this rule because we're just literally counting vehicles. If we're going to count them as partial vehicles or partial credits, then that just becomes a little messier. So it's a balancing act question, really.
Okay, appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next, we have Steve Poncelet. So Steve, I've given you permission to speak, and you will be our final speaker for today.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. My name is Stephen Poncelet. I'm with Truckee Donner Public Utility District, and I appreciate you guys staying way late, and I'll try to be quick. There's been a lot of comments about critical infrastructure and the support of emergency response that Truckee Donner is an electric and water utility. Our sister agencies in Tahoe are water and wastewater and public towns and munis. So we do work 24/7, 365 with our vehicles. In the December storms, we had 2 weeks of 24 hours on and off. Roseville Electric stayed in the field for many days. We refueled, and a mobile charging refueling option, I don't think you can use the PTO when it's being charged. And so it does create problems and real life stuff. Truckee Tahoe region, obviously very difficult. I am working on a comment letter with the regional water and wastewater agencies and electric utilities, and we'll be bringing out some of our comments. A couple things, the low emission county, I believe it still says solely. Truckee Donner PUD's 98% in Nevada County, a couple hanging chads in Placer County, and I've made this comment before. One of them's on the other side of Donner Lake, and it looks just like the Nevada side. So if there can be some accommodation for multi-county agencies. And then I've made this comment as well for snow removal. The exemption says for dedicated snow removal, not a single piece of snow removal equipment in the entire Truckee Tahoe region is dedicated to snow removal. We're small fleets, we're multi-purpose. We take off blowers and blades and all kinds of stuff and replace them all the time. So some accommodation there would be helpful too. And then I do support Aqua's suggestion that CARB consider moving from an unavailability list to an availability list. In my coalition in Truckee Tahoe, I've already got 100 different vehicles that we're starting to put together in an inventory in a library. All of them are low miles with extensive PTO. And so a battery solution for days in the fleet, in my opinion, does not exist. For the unavailability or availability, I think you have to consider the performance, the one-to-one replacement, and I would hope we hold to that. But it must also consider lead time or cost. That I comply by ordering a vehicle, but I have to wait 3 years, then I have 3 years of not being able to do critical electric and water infrastructure with that vehicle. So I'll stop there. We're going to submit the letter, and I'm happy to pick up anything offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. And with that, that's the last of our comments for the day. So thanks to everyone who stuck on. And for those who didn't, that's what the recording's for. I'll turn back to Craig.
Yeah. So again, thanks everyone for staying the extra 2 hours on this workshop. We heard a lot of good comments. We'll take those comments back and evaluate those. As Paul mentioned, we will have a recording available on our website, hopefully in a couple of days here. And please continue to reach out to us. Yeah, I see the Zev Fleet email address is on the screen. If you have any additional questions or comments, please continue to reach out to us. We do monitor that email address on a daily basis. And again, I hope this was helpful. We did provide some overview of how we're looking at what we consider to be available in a ZEV configuration. We also provided an overview of the exemptions and the special provisions. So with that, I will close the meeting, and we'll talk to everybody again soon, hopefully. Thanks, everyone.